The whole for Monday, July 17th, 2023 to order. First order of business is delegations. We have no delegations. 3, is there any late items? Joanne, there's no late items. Okay. 4, new councillor business. 4.1, we have a memo from Councillor Apolonio regarding the Welcome to Dawson Creek sticker post park. Anybody like to move the Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to give a huge shout out. This weekend there was quite a few events going on in the community. I had the pleasure of being a volunteer at the triathlon that was at the Encana Center, and it was really neat to watch all of those athletes and the excitement and everything, and I was pretty excited to cheer on a lot of the runners. So good job to all those athletes. It was a really good event. And then that afternoon I went to the music festival that was in Kin Park. Again, what a great family event. They had something there for everyone, so it was a really good time there as well. I just wanted to say in a week's time I will be running a 100-kilometer charity event. I have set up to raise money for 3 local charities in our community, the Palliative Care Society, Step Up and Ride, and the ARC. So I will be starting next Monday at 7 a.m. on my venture of running 100 kilometers. My best friend is joining me. She will be cycling along the venture, and I'm going to keep running until I'm done, so hopefully I'll be done before the end of the day, before nightfall. So I'm really excited to take on and push my limits and raise money for the community.
Awesome. Thanks, Councillor Kemp. Exciting stuff, and great to see the things in the community. So just back to 4.1. Councillor Apolonio.
So good morning. I hope you had a great weekend as Councillor Kemp. It was a busy weekend. I'm tired, but happy. So I'm just presenting my council memo, which I noticed. Its subject is Welcome to Dawson Creek Sticker Post Park. Background information. The Welcome to the world-famous Alaska Highway crane is a significant and one of the major landmarks and tourist spots of the city of Dawson Creek. The city of Dawson Creek and I personally takes pride of this structure. While doing my rounds and touring some families, newcomers and visitors in the said spot, I noticed that the build-up of stickers from time to time as presented with the attached pictures. Seeing those, it is a delight to see how many visitors took their pictures there and at the same time left their stickers as memorabilia. It is one of the best places to portray how welcoming and friendly Dawson Creek is. Proposed motion. Being said that those statements, I propose if the city of Dawson Creek can build at spots or boards where tourists or visitors can place their stickers or memorabilia in a fashionable manner. It will somehow resemble the famous signpost forest in the Yukon Territory, which I think you saw in the picture. My proposal, or if you have other tagline that is better, name for the spot is Welcome to Dawson Creek Sticker Post Park. Objective, to showcase how welcoming and friendly Dawson Creek is by providing visitors or tourists a safe and orderly place where can they stick their memorabilia and souvenirs as they journey on or travel in Dawson Creek. To make the said park or space a new or addition to the amenities of the NAR Park. To encourage or place in the fashionable or orderly way in putting up the hundreds or thousands of stickers that will come in the future. Seeing the progression of stickers from little to many, in no time, the whole Welcome to the world-famous Alaska Highway crane will be covered by stickers. Thus, it would be better if the city of Dawson Creek install additional boards to place the said stickers. It will add respect to the crane, and people will have a safe place where they can stick their memorabilia. In the future, they can look up to their stickers if they happen to visit Dawson Creek again. To inspire and give emphasis the importance of tourism in Dawson Creek, I had been to the signpost bars in the Yukon. This space would be a haven for sticker collectors or aficionado or even onlookers. And to upkeep and repair the Welcome to the world-famous Alaska Highway sign and spot, because I noticed some of the letters are missing, some of the paints are chipping up, so that's why. Respectfully, Greg Apolonio.
Thanks, Councillor Apolonio. And then I know that you did have a proposed motion, so did you want to do that, and then we can second that, and then we can, yeah.
Okay. I propose to visit Dawson Creek and build a spot or board where tourists or visitors can place their stickers or memorabilia in a fashionable manner. Yeah.
Okay. That's in the second, Councillor McDonald. And you spoke to that already, Councillor Apolonio. Did you want to add anything else?
Oh, nothing. I'm just only wowed by the many tourists that visited lately, especially after the pandemic, because normally I come there because I normally tour my friends who are new in Dawson Creek. Before, of course, there's no sticker, and then from 1 month, the sticker buildup is there. I know we encourage tourism, but of course, sooner or later the sticker would cover all the crane. Because my worry is even the sign now, like the welcome, is being put up by sticker and people climbing up there and unsafe to them. So at least we will provide like a board for that purpose. Like as I said, like the forest in Yukon territory, so maybe much better.
Yeah.
And I think we have a good space there, like before the railway and around the crane. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, and thank you for putting this forward. I noticed that too, actually, when I was by there, that the stickers are starting to like work their way right up to covering the signs, so. Yeah, is there any other discussion?
And I don't know how much it will cost, but I think if only a board is not too much.
Yeah, and I think, it might be worth like directing staff to look into what maybe some different alternatives would be there that we could, something that would hold up to the weather that could be used for that. But I don't know if you had anything to add, Kevin, or wanted some clarification.
So through your worship, yeah, I was just thinking the same as, so this could be relatively simple to a little more elaborate, and I guess staff would need a little bit of direction on what maybe council would, if this motion's passed, what they'd be, their vision might be. Because we could, like I said, we could do something as simple as metal posts with a metal placard that people could stick on, or we could do something that's more in line with some of those other signage we have, which is the wood that we have out in front of NER. Those are going to be more costly with a wood board and stuff. So I just need some direction, and then we can certainly come back with what that would cost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, through your worship. I would personally like to see something a little bit better than just metal and metal signs. I think Councillor Apolonio's vision is to see something like this, the signpost forest that in the Yukon, right? That just shows a little bit more richness to it and classy, right? That would be my desire for that for sure as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of too, I guess the way I personally envision it is maybe we do start with something that, could be fairly simple, that could be just added on to as it, as it fills up, but I don't know. I mean, I think they're just sticking it to metal right now. You just want something that would hold up in the weather, but I don't think it would take much, or I'm not, in my mind, picturing spending a whole bunch on it, just something that, maybe start it with something and see if it grows and continues and if it becomes something bigger, but.
So through your worship, if directed, we can come back with a couple of options. It won't take us long to put a couple of prices together of, maybe 2 or 3 different styles and options and prices for council to consider.
Okay, so do we need a separate motion, Joe, to direct that, or should we just make an amendment to this? Okay. So, Councillor Apolonio, you push your button.
My worry is, of course, I know the sticker's already there. If I'm a tourist, for example, I already stuck my sticker there, and then eventually the city would clean the whole crane, and then when they come back, oh, where's my sticker? So at least if we have this kind of amenities for them, at least they could I can come back, and then I will just see again my sticker maybe in the future. So at least we'll not be keep on cleaning the whole crane if in case the whole structure is built up with stickers already. So. I don't know. So, are we going to clean the crane from the stickers, or just let them there for?
So through your worship, we can remove them if council so wishes. I was looking at them the other night. There is a fair amount of stickers in various spots on there. My suggestion is that we would leave them until we have an alternative, and then maybe late in the fall, or, early in the spring, maybe you remove them and you have the new, once we have a new option for them.
Yeah, it'd probably be almost impossible to remove them and reuse them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Councillor McDonald, did you want to?
Sorry, I was just curious, as the seconder, can I make the amendment?
Yep.
Yeah? So I'd like to make the amendment to the motion that, through your worship, that we instruct city staff to come up with 2 or 3 options of a sticker park at the NAR park for memorial purposes.
Have a second? Councillor Kemp? Any discussion to that amendment? Kevin, that amendment's pretty clear for you? Yeah, okay. All right, I will call the amendment to vote. Was it, okay, I didn't close it, okay. All right, and is there any discussion to the motion as amended?
Oh, no,
Councillor
sorry,
McDonald,
no.
Okay, Councillor Apolonio?
Just in addition, with my part of, not really just a report, I just only went to the Grand Prairie Filipino Basketball League and I met
Councillor Apolonio, I'm just gonna finish this, we still got a motion on the floor, so. Was there any discussion on the motion as amended? No, okay, I will call that motion to vote as amended. Okay, the vote is closed, and it's carried. All right, was there any other new councillor business? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, your worship. So, and I apologize to the rest of council not having this in proper form again, but I will do better, I promise.
Again, I heard that.
I'd like to congratulate the Chamber of Commerce on their chamber mixers that I've attended over the last month and a half. I've attended a few mixers now, most recently being mixer at the Urban Systems, where Ed and his staff explain the different work they do for our region and the wonderful humanitarian work they are doing throughout the world, including Peru, Uganda, and elsewhere in Canada. So amazing to have a corporation like that be a part of our community and the great work they do, honestly. Also attended the Chamber Mixer at Lakeview Credit Union, where we heard about Lakeview's partnership with the Chamber of Commerce in developing a group RSP program for local small businesses. Wonderful thing for our local small businesses to see the benefits of the Chamber of Commerce continuing to grow and bring value to this community and our business groups. I think it's absolutely amazing, and I commend Lakeview on their wonderful job doing that with the Chamber of Commerce. And I'd also like to congratulate the team at Lakeview Credit Union for being the new naming partner of the box office of the Adjournment Center. I know Councillor Earl probably was a big part of that, and oh no, he says, but he can take credit for it since he's the only one here for them. And then finally, had the pleasure of attending a luncheon with Dr. Gregory Thomas, who is the current chairperson of the British Columbia Chamber of Commerce. It was a great discussion as well. Dr. Thomas explained the BC Chamber's direction for advocation in the coming years, including minimum wage, adjusting the employer health tax payroll calculations, and addressing the cost to businesses that all businesses are facing due to the crime and consequences of the illicit drug decriminalization, as well as the limits on the consumption of drugs in public spaces moving forward. It was great to hear from one of our major provincial advocates that they are on the same mindset as we are as a municipality of the needs that businesses face and are needing help with in this province. And from that conversation, I'd like to be so bold as to send congratulations from this council to Julie Ziebert from Fort St. John on her being elected to be the new chair of the BC Chamber of Commerce, and Shona Nelson, our friend from Dog River, in her successful bid to be a director at large. With these two amazing people being on the board of the BC Chamber of Commerce, we now have great representation for our region within that advocacy group within the BC Chamber. Can only do us major benefit moving forward. I think it's great for our region, great for our municipality.
Awesome.
Congratulate to them all.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Apolonio.
Oh, just a separate note, Mayor Darcy. I went to the Grand Prairie Invitational for the Basketball League, and I met their Councillor O'Toole, Kevin O'Toole, I think, and he wants to meet you, maybe in person, or maybe they will come here some other time. So I'm just only sharing the word for you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Apolonio. Any other new councillor? Councillor Earl.
One thing I would like to note is I did take the time to attend the open house hosted by the Nowakin Friendship Center of their shelter. It was a lot of information I was already aware of, but it's always good to touch base with those folks and take stock of where one another are. I know the issue around homelessness, crime, public disorder is top of people's minds. One thing I would note coming away from that is the shelter, as they noted, is rarely full, and they do have capacity. So they're with respect to some of the challenges we're facing, it's not necessarily we don't have somewhere for people to go. It really is a matter of the lack of wraparound support services to go along with that. So just one thing, I know there's a lot of people who are very keen to have opinions in the comments section of Facebook, but there was an open house and there was a chance for people to go and speak directly to the frontline service providers, and I hope people did because it is very enlightening.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Was there any other new councillor business? No? All right. Next, 5, an adoption of minutes. So 5.1, minutes of public consultation, June 26, 2023 for adoption. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. 5.2, minutes of public hearing, June 26, 2023 for adoption. Councillor Apolonio, second Councillor McDonald. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 5.3, we have minutes of the annual meeting with Committee of the Whole for June 26, 2023 for adoption. Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Apolonio. I will call, I gotta call the vote. I'm confusing myself here. We got one more to vote.
Not on this side.
No?
Councillor-
Riley, did you vote?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah. No, we've all voted down here.
Oh. Oh, it's me.
Two mayor
That is a sign. Confusing myself. The vote is closed.
Summer vote.
It's carried. Next, any business arising? No? Okay. Just before we go forward, I do have Ken in there. Ken, were you wanting to speak to council? Not that we can allow that, but were you wanting to talk about the leather trade, or were you just here to observe? You can. We can't. I just need to know if you wanted to or not.
Well, I guess I'm not wanting to talk about the leather trade,
Okay.
but anyway, I used to be a leader in this town.
But I can't have you speak, Ken, unless we know what you wanted to talk about, and then council would have to vote unanimously. So I just was wanting to ask that question.
I guess I want to bring up a different subject here altogether.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just wait till the break and then I'll,
I used to be a leader in this town. I was an alderman, president of our sportsman's club, going in the ditch. And I thought I'd come to this meeting and try to get something happening here,
Okay.
but I don't know whether we're even able to. And like I say, I was leader in Canada for the leather trade, and it's been put out of business. And between Fort Nelson and Grand Prairie, this is the richest place in the whole world, between oil, gas, coal, agriculture and whatnot, and we're getting it manipulated. People don't realize what's happening.
Yeah.
Like I might have said, Bob Zimmer is my nephew, and he says I'm racist. That's my problem.
Yeah.
You know, we're being manipulated, and this here electronic world is taking us in the ditch. And how are we going to stand up and protect what we have here?
Yeah.
Are we even motivated to do it?
Ken, I just, you know, I definitely appreciate, you know, all of that, but we just, in the format of the meeting, we can't have open discussion around this unless it's on the agenda. So I just wanted to see if there was something in specific you wanted to talk about, but we can talk on a break too, which we'll have one coming up shortly. So.
I could take up the rest of the day here, believe me.
Well, yeah, and
Enough of it to take up.
yeah, okay.
Anyway, are you even interested in hearing it?
Well, I think we're open to any discussion, but this isn't the time for that because we just have an agenda to follow. So I just, I seen you sitting there, and I know we've had a couple conversations, so I just wasn't sure what. So, but yeah, I'm gonna get back to the agenda though. So thank you. Next, 7 correspondence. 7.1, we have a letter from Connie Patterson, President of the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association. Received on June 27th, 2023 regarding the request for liquor permits, August 9th to the 13th, 2023 at the Dawson Creek Exhibition and Stampede. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we grant the requests as presented in this correspondence.
A second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to staff. The permitting for the watering hole permit on Friday and Saturday to go to 3 a.m., that is later than in previous years, correct?
Through your worship, the request this year, correct, previous years has been 2 a.m. This year is 3 a.m.
Have we had any discussion with local law enforcement about whether or not they have any reservations about that?
Through your worship, I have not, at this point, I have not had a chance to speak with Staff Sergeant.
I'm just saying, I know when, was it Lone Star a couple of years back petitioned us to extend the hours of service for alcohol, that part of that discussion was informed by some input from our local RCMP. So I just wanted to see if we had gotten any further input or there were any concerns expressed.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I just had one thing to staff. I did notice, and I think we did talk about it, but there's Sunday is not noted in here. Is that something that we would have to amend for this, or is that?
So through your worship, we checked, and they're not looking for Sunday for the tent.
Oh, okay. No, it's for the tent. Okay. All right, is there any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. I voted. Vote is closed, it's carried. Next, we have 7.2, email from Leslie Kellett, Deputy Corporate Officer, City of Prince George, received on June 28th, 2023, regarding the request for support reimbursing local government for medical services provided by the local government fire and rescue services. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we receive this as for information.
Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion on receiving it for information? Oh,
Couple of
Councillor
comments.
Parslow, yeah.
So basically they're asking support at the for this resolution at the 2023 UBCM, which is an individual decision making at that meeting. The resolution that the City of Prince George passed, you'll notice focused pretty well on the fire department. We certainly have some issues with this, and the one that immediately comes to my mind is not the fire department, not necessarily, I'm not saying excluding them, but is the airport. The major justification for, there are many justifications, but a major justification for us having an airport is the emergency medical evacuation, which is about 250 a year. And I've often thought that we should have some compensation because of that service, and not just for the city of Dawson Creek, but also the South Peace region and our neighbours in the Bay Tree area. So whilst I think I would support this at UBCM, I think there's a bigger issue. And sometime I think maybe UBCM should address that, but we maybe should consider a similar resolution to garner some support for the costs of maintaining the airport as it is, which is, you know, pretty well serviceable airport 24/7 throughout the year.
Yeah.
But a big reason is medical evacuation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Anything else? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.3, of letter from David Johnston, resident of Dawson Creek, received on June 26, 2023, regarding the implementation of an accessible committee in Dawson Creek. Before I go to council, I might just get Kevin or Devin to give a little bit of an update, because there is something that's coming down that we are dealing with this. So.
Thank you. Through your worship, we've actually been involved in a collaborative accessibility strategy ever since that last letter came through from the regional district. We're collaborating with a bunch of regional municipalities around our region, Fort St. John, all the way up to Fort Nelson, down to, I believe, Chetwynd, Poos Coopy's in there as well as ourselves, me and our development services manager, Bill Darnborough, as well as our human resources manager, Elisa, have also been involved in this. So right now we've passed phase one, which was gathering our local contacts and gathering our partners. We're into phase two, which is the recruitment campaign. We've had multiple workshops. We've been meeting almost weekly, it seems. And we've put together, all the municipalities have come together and put down their vision for what this accessibility plan looks like. And Urban Systems is leading the charge, as you know, through that motion. And we're drafting an accessibility strategy. Once that accessibility strategy is ready to go, we'll be reviewing it, and we'll be in that recruitment campaign piece. So for me, people like David Johnston, who submitted this letter, who are interested in being part of this, we're going to keep them in mind when we go out for that recruitment campaign. The requirement is, and I have some information for you, it's called the BC Accessibility Act Primer, if you'd like. After this council, I can provide that to everyone. The requirements are, see if I can find it here. The goal of the accessibility plan through the province is nothing about us without us. So the requirements to establish a committee are at least 50% of the members are people with disabilities. They must reflect diversity of the people with disabilities, and minimum of one Indigenous person. So the three requirements of this plan are to establish a committee, is one, create an accessibility plan, that's two, and create a mechanism for receiving comments, that's three. The requirement is by September 1st, we plan to be at that deadline, September 1st, to have at least the plan together. I think the province is going to be pretty comfortable once we have a plan. If we don't have the committee running by September 1st, like up and operational and starting to provide comments back to council and back to staff, that'll be okay. But we're on a good spot, and everybody in this collaborative strategy are really comfortable with where we're at right now. So we're off to the races.
Great, thanks for that, Devin. And then I guess too, just one thing, at September 1st, we have to have that committee in place, and then we have a year to have a plan in place, is that what it is? Or is there a year from?
So through your worship, our deadline is September 1st of 2023. The September 1st, 2024 deadline is for other organizations, so mostly health authorities, I believe.
Oh, okay.
This regulation came into place last year in 2022, so the compliance date is September 1st of this
Okay.
year. We plan to be in compliance by then.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow.
A few years back, there has been activity on this area of accessibility for a while. I met with a group of visually impaired people, and I was just wondering if you have somebody in mind who is visually impaired to sit on that committee. If not, I can give you some names at coffee break.
I'd love to have those names.
Yes.
We have a few groups in mind for different
Okay.
disabilities around the region, but if you have somebody that's interested and willing to be a part of this, absolutely.
And yeah, their recommendations were quite, no pun intended, eye-opening.
And this primer, I should mention, is accessibility prepped, so it's already been prepared.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody like to motion here? Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you through your worship. I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to reach back out to David with that information, letting him know just where we are and that we will be in compliance, and just to make sure he knows that we're moving forward with his concerns.
I have a second. Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.4, we have a letter from Cathy Tubb, grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on July 11th, 2023, regarding the request for support of proposed project grant for the sanitary sewer trunk main upgrades. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application to Infrastructure Canada's Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund for the city's sanitary sewer trunk main upgrades project with an estimated project value of $9 million.
Have a second. Councillor McDonald. Any discussion?
Was that supposed to be updated? Sorry, it's not.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So through your worship, after this was published, there's been a slight update to the number. So I'm going to get Devin to give you a little bit of background on that and the opportunity with the grant. And I know that this is probably the first time that council has seen any discussion about this potential project coming forward, and it's a big project. But the funding application was available for intake, and we thought we should try and take advantage of it because we're looking at this project into subsequent years. So I'll maybe let Devin give you a bit of a brief overview.
Go ahead. Oh, I guess I got to turn you on. Sorry,
Thank
Devin.
you.
Go
Through
ahead.
your worship. So, yeah, this project, staff didn't really feel, and our consultant either, that this project was eligible. It's a sewer trunk main upgrade, but after having attended the LGMA conference and seeing some of the other projects that had received funding through this DMAF funding, which is the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund, I thought we should take a shot at it. Also, Durham region in Ontario has a very similar project that was approved in the tens of millions. We have a history of sewer backups in the area. This is a major trunk line. 2011, 2016, 2020 are just some of them. We've done a ton of work up to date on our sewer and sanitary and inflow and infiltration work. In 2013, we have the sanitary trunk main, or sanitary master plan, sorry. We, right after the 2020 floods, we had some recommendations to try to deal with the immediate impacts of that. We then followed up with trunk main condition assessments, which we had finalized last year. And we just finalized a modeling report this year with a feasibility study in June. So once this came through, we saw the price on the project. The project to replace the trunk main along 110th Avenue and along 8th Street came into about a $9 million cost, which is substantial. And then recently, this is where the number changed, there's a piece that extends past the 8th Street on 114th Avenue, which adds another $3 million, and it's for cured in place pipeliner. So it doesn't make any sense really to put brand new line in, about 2 kilometers of brand new line, and then have it come into some old line. So it just isn't a naturally fit to this project. So it's 40% funded, federally funded, and we're asking for up to $12 million. So that'll give us $4.8 million if we get this grant. I don't know when the deadline for the deadline for the grant is actually on Wednesday. I don't know when they're going to be announcing the grant, but if we were to get the grant, it's good. The project can be completed by 2032. So that gives us lots of time to do the design, do the plan. This project that we're, set of projects, different phases that we're planning on implementing here are probably about 2 to 3 years worth of work. It's a substantial amount of large sewer main going in right-of-ways and likely going to be directionally drilled in right-of-ways.
Okay. Thanks, Devin. So, Councillor Earl, did you want to make an amendment to that? Or
If do I need to make a friendly amendment? Okay, what I should have said is the estimated project value of $12 million.
I'm fine with accepting the friendly one. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And second was Councillor Kemp. You're fine with that, Councillor Kemp? Yeah. Okay. Discussion, Councillor Earl?
No, other than good eye on staff. I know we've had some periodic good fortune with these kind of grants, especially when it comes to flood mitigation, and it certainly, obviously it's all taxpayer money, but I'd much rather it be federal taxpayer money than municipal taxpayer money, so best of luck.
Thank you. I had a question just about, so if the grant is submitted Wednesday, when do we, like, is it something, you know, by the end of the year we would know?
Through your worship, I'm not sure when we'll hear. There was another Infrastructure Canada fund that Fort St. John applied for 3 months ago, I think, and they haven't heard. I would be, honestly, worst case scenario, if we hear by the spring, I'd be happy. It's a huge intake. As you can see, 2032. We reached out to the DMAF team and to see if they're doing another intake, if we had some time to put our things together, and they expected to fully expend this fund in this intake. So it's going to be massive Canada-wide. It's going to take some time, I think, for that team to sift through all the applications, but I'm pretty optimistic we're going to be on a good application on this one.
Thanks, Devin. And then Kevin, I guess just through to you, if, you know, we were successful in this, we would have to, you know, provide 7.2 million through capital funding through the municipality. So is that something that you're thinking, like, that we would put a budget to put a couple million away for the next few years and then do it and start it in 2 or 3 years? Or are you thinking it's something that needs to be started right away?
So through your worship, our intent leading up to this application is that we were looking to do first phase possibly next year. So we will, going into this budget season, we will start to determine how we want to phase the project, what makes the most sense, and we'll start to look at how to appropriately budget for that. But so yeah, it's something that's been on the radar, and I think we'll try and look to start next year if at all possible.
It was something that was planning to be done whether we had this grant or not.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Exactly.
Because I know one thing with applying for the grant, that does commit us to doing it, right? But we were going to do it anyways.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
it was something we were going to do anyways, and then this opportunity come up. So if we can get 40% funding, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parslow.
Well, just leading from the Mayor's comments, this is a utility. What's the state of our utility funding in sewers?
So through your worship, we do not currently have enough in our capital reserve in the utility to fund this project as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be part of the budget process of how we want to fund it, whether that's through borrowing or through, you know, possible of deferring the project for a year or two to build up the reserve. There'll be a couple of options that we'll have to explore and make a determination what makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm. So just continuing, if I may, you know, there's many citizens in this community have been seriously affected by sewer issues, and the city's done a lot of great work about sewage disposal, such as the, I guess it's robotic cleaning of our existing structures so that they are pretty well close to 100% efficient. people who follow the news like me, you know, what just happened to Montreal, what's happened in Ontario recently and in Alberta recently with climate events that were forecast through climate change studies, but so this just really begs a bigger question, perhaps, which might be subject to a CAO meeting, is how are we prepared, what needs to happen, for instance, with our storm sewage system, a storm water system, sorry. But I think that is a big topic for how we can better prepare this community for serious weather changes that might affect the safety and well-being of this community.
Yeah, so through your worship, just on that note, it's, and that's really been the change from our 2012 sanitary sewer master plan to the most updated version, which we've just, finalized, has been the environmental factors. When we did it in 2012, everything said essentially it should be adequate, but now that they've had to add the factors for those environmental uncertainties, now we're finding ourselves where pipes are undersized, where once they weren't. And the storm sewer that you mentioned, so from a drainage aspect, when we get into that, is going to be very much the same. We're going to find a significant amount of the infrastructure is going to be undersized for how you would calculate runoff in today's standards.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No. Oh, sorry, Joe.
Your Worship, if we could just get a vote on the amendment to 12 million and then...
We just made a friendly amendment that both
We did have a
Councillor
mover and
Earl
seconder.
and Councillor Kemp were in favor of just changing the number from 9 to
All right.
12. So if
Okay.
you're fine with that, we can just,
All right.
yeah. Thank you. All right. So I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.5, Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch Engagement Paper, July 12, 2023, regarding local government engagement on proposed amendments to the cannabis control regulation. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple thoughts on this, but I'll, for the sake of brevity, contain it to cannabis. I was going to say I didn't realize the provincial government was doing such a bang-up job managing substance use in the province that they were looking to expand more. But I would note that when marijuana decriminalization or legalization occurred in 2018, one of the commitments made by the provincial government is that the revenues derived from the sale of legal cannabis would be shared with municipalities in order to offset, some of the social costs associated with substance abuse. That has not occurred, to the best of my knowledge. That was one piece of feedback I gave when I addressed the provincial Finance Committee last month or the month before last at the George Dawson Inn, was to urge them to do that. And I would, whatever feedback we provide, I would reiterate that desire to see, as we're all well aware of, the costs associated with a lot of these programs are maybe inadvertently, but effectively being downloaded onto municipalities. And we do have a use for those resources in helping to mitigate some of these issues. So if I could make a motion that we provide feedback highlighting that, and I guess I would be open to any of my colleagues' recommendations as well around that.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. What's the easiest on this, Joe? Is it to get a couple
Round table and then
speak on what could be added to the motion, or do we want a couple amendments, or what would be the easiest for you?
Through you, Worship, as far as I'm aware, the city has a whole month until August 11th So staff could also prepare some information and circulate that to council as well for approval, if you so desire, in addition to that request to convey, you know, the wish to see some revenues to offset the costs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
fine
fine
with that.
making that as a motion. I
Okay.
trust you to word it appropriately.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Kempf? Any other discussion on that? So I guess staff then would just send something out to council that we could, you know, add any thoughts and, yeah, there's definitely a few concerns I have in reading through this, so I'll share that, so thank you. Everybody's clear on the motion then? Okay. I will call that motion to vote. Oh, I didn't push closed. It's good. It was carried. Okay. Next, we have 8 reports. 8.1, we have report number 23-112 from the Financial Service Manager regarding the 2023 property tax collection. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report number 23-112 from the Financial Services Manager re 2023 property tax collection be received for information.
Second, Councillor Kempf. Any discussion on receiving for information? No? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Am I good, Joe? Okay, vote is closed. That's carried. Next, we have 8.2, report number 23-120, Financial Service Manager regarding TD Merchant Services, signing authority of the City of Dawson Creek.
Usually I'd ask Brenda.
Just 1 second. Oh, does,
Usually in matters pertaining to financial institutions and those contracts, I step away.
yeah, if you want to. Okay, thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Is this
I'd like to move that report number 23-120 from the Financial Services Manager regarding TD Merchant Services, signing authority of the City of Dawson Creek be received. Further, the Council approve the TD Canada Trust corporate resolution as attached to this report.
Second, Councillor Kempf, any discussion? No, I'll call this to vote. Could you pull Councillor Earl's card out, Mike? Or Councillor Sudnick? Thank you. Good, vote is closed. It's carried. Somebody want to grab Councillor Earl for us, please? Welcome back. All right, our next order of business, 8.3, report number 23-115 from the Recreation Manager regarding BC School Sports Provincial Volleyball Tournament. I guess maybe before somebody does, Kevin, did you want to just give a little clarification on the joint use agreement and then the 2 different options, just for those that maybe don't understand how that works?
Sure, through your worship. So this is, the report in front of you obviously is to do with the request from the school district to host a volleyball tournament, volleyball championship in the Memorial Arena. That came to council a meeting or 2 ago. Council directed staff to have some discussions with the ice users that would be potentially displaced by this event. Staff went and met with all the groups, I believe twice. Generally supportive. There's, of course, nobody's ever happy to lose some of their ice time. But at the end of the day, I think generally supportive. Minor hockey, figure skating were less happy about it, but I think at the end of the day, they understand that it's an opportunity to do that. Second to that, we were able to schedule and move schedules around, putting them in the kin and whatnot, and so there isn't a significant loss of ice in the end. And I believe in the report here, it mentions that the loss of revenue from ice groups would be only like $500. So that speaks to us being able to move folks around and get them some ice to replace what they were being displaced. So very little. So on the two options that are in front of you is if we take the City of Dawson Creek has a joint use agreement with School District 59, and that is to share facilities and services between the two groups. So we use school gyms to run some of our programs. We make our facilities available to the school district during the school day, school hours, for them to use at no cost. And that's the agreement. So if we were to use that philosophy for this event, we would only charge the school district $6,400. You know, granting them those hours of 9 to 3 essentially at no charge. The other alternative is to charge them the what is the youth rate, youth nonprofit rental rate, which would equate to $14,600. That'd mean we'd be charging them for every hour that they use the facility. So, and just a couple of notes is in the recommendations. They both state that council approved the event to take place based on the understanding of ICE users finding alternative venues. And I just wanted to clarify that that was the author of the report was trying to be as accommodating as possible when writing the report, and probably shouldn't have included that, and should have been either we approve to move forward with it or we don't. I guess what I'm saying is that from a staff perspective, we do support moving forward with the event based on the discussions we've had with the user groups. And so I just didn't want that first sentence of the either option to confuse council that there was a lack of agreement or direction from staff.
So you're thinking maybe if we do go with one of the recommendations, just taking out that line of understanding. Okay,
Yeah.
Somebody willing to make a, Councillor Parslow?
I'm willing to make the motion framed around option A. If I can just speak to that first, if I may.
Like for clarification?
Yes, so Kevin, I hate to do this, but I'm putting you right on the spot here. How would you suggest rewording option A? Obviously, council approve the grant, right? Then leave all the rest out with the cost of approximately $6,400 to School District 59 based upon our joint use agreement. Would that, I saw the rest of it, just like, I mean, Kevin and I did speak about this matter ahead of this meeting. My concern was if you left it as it was, right? I didn't know where we were with it. So I certainly think that needs to be deleted. So would it be read properly if it just say council approve the event with the cost of approximately $6,400, cover everything? Because that's what I was thinking of moving.
I think that covers it, because I think we're just, you know, in principle, our, you know, is the motion wanting to approve the event.
Yeah.
And then second is at which agreement would be the 6,400.
Based on the joint use agreement.
Yeah, based on the joint use agreement.
Yeah, so
okay.
I'll just wanted to, this, I know this is somewhat unorthodox, but also what you just said was a little unorthodox, changing a recommendation. So I'm going to move, council approve the event with the cost of approximately $6,400 to School District 59 based upon the joint use agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I have a second. Councillor Kemp, any discussion on this?
Yes, I speak.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, big thanks to staff and the ICE users. This is important, as I think I said when we first heard about this possibility. I think we do need to impress upon School District 59 I think that we need to have a lot of advance warning, at least a year, synchronized somewhat with the meetings that staff have with the ICE users group. It put everybody in a position, but I know COVID was partly to blame. But really, I wouldn't, in fairness to everybody, my previous life experiences say that things like major events like this are planned at least a year ahead, and we shouldn't be put into the position we were put into. So at any rate, it's a big thing, and I hope there's going to be many more provincial tournaments held here, and that would, and so doing a good job with this one is very important to build confidence that we can have up here in the Northeast events just like Kamloops has them or some other larger regional centres. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Kemp? Oh, that was for the motion, okay. Any other discussion? I just want to, reiterate what Councillor Parslow said too. I think this is, want to thank staff for putting this together. Appreciate it, and talking to all those user groups. And I know, there's probably some that, might have not been favorable about losing some time, but at the end of the day, this is a great, organization like they all are, but this is something that they've worked very hard for building over the years in the community, and I feel it's a huge asset to our community and our region to be able to host an event like this. And, it also, kind of rewards that organization for something that they've been building up over, the last 10 or 15 years, and has become very, they're very competitive, very good group. So, yeah, just excited that we have this opportunity and look forward to hosting it in our community if this goes through. And I guess I shouldn't be speaking that if we haven't voted on it yet, but yeah, so I'm in favor of this and excited about it, so thank you. Councillor Parslow? Yeah.
I omitted to include in my motion the preamble, so can I restate that? The recommendation is that report number 23115 from the Recreation Manager, BC School of Sports, BC School of Sports Provincial Volleyball Tournament, information to be received, further that, and then council,
I did see that.
Just,
yeah.
well, I did think Joanne would be jumping in, so I thought I'd jump in first.
All right, well, thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? If not, I will call this motion to vote. Oh, yes, I got to vote, eh? Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next, 8.4, we have report number 23-116 from the facility managers regarding drinking water fountains at the city sports fields follow-up report. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the recommendation, the report number 23-116 from the Parks and Facilities Manager regarding drinking water fountains at city sports fields. Follow-up report be received. Further, that staff be directed to proceed with the project as originally proposed, partnering with the Peace River Regional District to install 4 new drinking water fountains at the Harry Morrow Ball Diamonds and the Paul Loisel soccer fields using the funds from the surplus available from the Sedaton Hall drainage and the curb replacement capital project.
You don't have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? Councillor Parslow, were you on last time?
No, sorry.
Okay. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I guess this is probably out of turn, but I just wanted to thank Chair Hebert from the Peace River Regional District for this, bringing this forward and contributing to help with this. And so that was on the original motion, but thank you. And that, I'm going to take a recess now for 5 minutes. 23 back to order. Our next order of business was 8.5, report number 23-119 from the facility manager regarding the request for proposals 2023-13 playground development. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that report number 23-119 from the Parks and Facilities Manager regarding RFP 2023-13 playground development be received. Further, the Council award RFP 2023-13 playground development to Canadian Recreation Solutions for the total sum of $660,000 plus applicable taxes.
Have a second? Councillor Earl? Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Well, just a question, to staff, you have two options here. Did you want to talk about them, or did you want to get some expression of the view of council which they prefer, or what is the point of this?
So through your worship, the point of it was I thought it might be of interest to council to see what, it's a large sum of money and it's going
Yeah.
into the parks and it's a high profile. And just getting a picture really of what the proposals were and what will be going in. Staff will work with the proponent on the options moving forward and yeah, I don't know that we need any direction. I think that could eat up a lot of time discussing the finer points of a playground, but we'll leave that to staff. But if there's any specific questions or concerns, Melina's here and she can certainly speak to that.
Well, Councillor Parslow has probably been down a lot of slides in his time. Maybe he does have, there's some valuable opinions there.
No, I wouldn't want to venture into selection, but I am very pleased to see that I think it's the one that's joined at Kin is an accessible one. I think that's very nice and very needed, and also that adds a bit of variety as well. So both will be well received, I'm sure.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I just wanted to thank you, Kevin and Melina, for bringing the pictures to you. I guess to Councillor Parslow, part of the reason why they were brought is we just had some discussion later last week about once we seen this come through, like what do we get for $400,000 and $200,000, and we would hate to spend that kind of investment into something and get something really small that would be not perceived well. So that's kind of why the pictures were there, and I think it was great to have them, so thank you. I had a couple questions. One, I guess, might be to Melina, but I got a call a while ago from the PAC at the Ecole Frank Ross just about that they're doing some fundraising for an accessible playground as well. So a simple question, just wanted to know if they've been in contact with you.
Through your worship? No, not yet, actually.
No, okay, I will
Yeah.
follow up with that. So,
Okay.
Thank you. And then the other one too is I know with the Mile Zero Park Society, one of these is for in there, and they got a lot of plans that they have going on that they're doing, going to do some fundraising. So by approving this and moving that forward, does that, is that one something that should be delayed until they're done their projects, or is it the right time to do that?
So through your worship, Melina will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we've been working in concert with them through the planning process to make sure that everything fits down there and there's nothing, interfering with some of their plans for the park, such as the pump track and whatnot.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. Was there any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Melina. Next, 8.6, we have report number 23-113 from the Capital Project Manager regarding invitation to tender 2023-17 Capital Roadworks on 8th Street between Alaska Avenue and CN Rail culvert replacement. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-113 from the Capital Projects Manager regarding invitation to tender 2023-17 Capital Roadworks, 8th Street between Alaska Avenue and CN Rail culvert replacement be received. Further, that Council award the invitation to tender 2023-17 Roadworks, 8th Street between Alaska Avenue and CN Rail culvert replacement to Nappet Industries Limited for the tendered price of $320,096 plus applicable taxes.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Do you want to you have anything to add to that, Councillor Earl, or discussion?
No, I think it was pretty clear in the report, so no.
Kevin, maybe I know this one is a little bit, was over budget, and I know that there's more coming along that way. It looks like it's the way of things are going in the world, but did you want to add anything? And I guess this one's $80,000 over the projected budget, so is...
So through your worship, I'll just get Devin to give you a quick update on that. He's got some more details.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship here, the entire costs are increased just because of the complex nature of the project. When we budgeted for this in August, we didn't see the, well, we saw the high pressure gas main, but the crossing, there's a crossing of a high pressure gas main, there's a Telus duct, and there's some street lighting conflicts. Also, there's a higher degree of difficulty in the traffic management for this site than we had first anticipated. We thought we might be able to do it without having to close 8th Street, but that's just not manageable. So the contractor has provided us some insight into that, and that's why you're seeing that increased cost as well. There's a lot of complexities crossing 8th Street at this crossing right by the railroad tracks.
Okay. Thank you. And that extra 80,000 is coming from?
So through your worship, we have some contingency within some of our other capital roads projects that we're in a good spot with. So we have the ability to absorb that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right, any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.7, report number 23-114 from the Capital Project Manager regarding invitation to tender 2023-19 Arena Water Main Extension 10th Street to 13th Street. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-114 from the Capital Projects Manager regarding invitation to tender 2023-19 Arena Water Main Extension 10th Street to 13th Street be received. Further, that Council award the invitation to tender 2023-19 Arena Water Main Extension 10th Street to 13th Street to Napit Industries Limited for the tendered price of $874,270 plus applicable taxes.
Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. Discussion.
I guess I'll back to Devin. This one is also, as the mayor alluded to, beyond what originally was budgeted for. And if you've got any context to provide, we'd be happy to hear it.
Kevin, you're fine. Devin, answer. Sorry, go ahead, Devin.
Thank you, through your worship. 309,000 over budget on this one. Again, just a general increase that you're seeing across the board. There's no one element of this project that's increased. So we are looking at options with the contractor, and he has some ideas on how we can reduce the costs on this. So I think we have some creative ways to probably reduce 50 or 60,000 on this. We did have Urban Systems check this against other similar projects in the region. There was another one in Fort St. John that just happened, and it's actually within 5 to 10% of that project. So we see these two large price differences, but the lower bid is the one that is realistic for what we're seeing. Really, at the end of the day, what this is telling us is there's a significant increase in the price of these types of projects and related to underground works. And what we understand is that this is not an anomaly, and this is not going to get any cheaper anytime sooner.
And I guess just to follow up, if I could, Your Worship, through you to staff, is that driven primarily by increase in materials, or is it a reflection of a tightening labor market and just...
I want to say all of the above.
Okay.
Is that... yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Devin. Councillor Parslow.
Well, on the same general area, I'm going to ask a mischievous question, you might think it, but it has a serious note to it as well, and an inquiry note. I read, the lowest compliant bid, including associated fees and charges, came in with a total cost of $874,270, which is $309,270 over the 2023 budget for this project. Staff has looked into other projects of a similar scope and found that this tender price is typical within the regional market. So you've answered that partly, but I have a question around the budget process. right? How was the figure, original figure, calculated? Did you look at other projects at budget time, similar in nature? And so that was my somewhat mischievous question.
So through your worship, when we budget, we start the budget process in August, September of the previous year. And yes, we base our unit prices off of our experiences of projects that we've done, typically in that year. We also apply an inflationary, cost to that. What's happened between September of last year and tendering of June of this year is there's obviously been quite an escalation in prices, and especially the underground.
So the question, Kevin, except all what you said there, was do you also do some analysis of similar projects in other areas?
Yeah, so through your worship, part of that is we, through our discussions and through the budgeting and dealing with our consultants, we continually get that feedback of what prices are like in Fort St. John. And, so when we talk regionally, usually it's those two large centers, us, Fort St. John, sometimes Chetwynd, you get a regional context on those prices, so.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Thanks, Kevin. I guess Kevin, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but is there, and some of these projects do need to be done, but I mean, there's some significant increases here. Have you thought of or looked into the future at all? Like maybe some of these prices will come in line and it's worth holding off a couple of years for some of these, or I mean, we can't predict what's going to happen. It just seems to keep going up, but yeah. I know we had some discussion around a little bit, but.
Yeah, so through your worship, it is tough without a crystal ball. We've seen some, over the last few years, for instance, PVC pipe has seen some significant escalation in prices due to supply demands, and then you've got inflation on top of that. So we are currently looking at some of our other big projects, because we were looking at a water main extension down 17th Street, that large one that we had budgeted $2 million to do. We're looking at a 50% increase on that project now, based on what we're seeing today. When we go to tender it and when you get prices, is that going to be more or less? You don't know the price until you tender it and what the market tells you. You use the best information you have at the moment in time. When you put the numbers together, you add contingencies and escalators, and over the last number of years, we've been very very good at hitting those budgets. It's just in this last 6 months we're starting to see things escalate quicker than what we've anticipated.
It's scary to see on this one with the other tender that was in there, like almost double.
Yeah. Exactly. And so the question becomes is it going to be cheaper next year or the year after? And history tells us typically it's not. But again, like I said, without that crystal ball, it's really tough to say.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right, any more discussion? No? Okay, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.8, we have report number 23-117 from the facility manager regarding request for quotation 2023-12 Memorial HVAC upgrade phase 2. Councillor Sudnick.
I will move the recommendation that report number 23-117 from the Parks and Facilities Manager regarding RFQ 2023-12 Memorial HVAC Upgrade Phase 2 be received. Further, that Council award RFQ 2023-12 Memorial HVAC Upgrade Phase 2 Hardline Heating and Plumbing for the price of $620,850 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you. We have a second. Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Well, in light of the discussion we had over the previous motion, And, you know, the incredible increase in what people are wanting to do, various projects. And I looked at the spread. We had just three companies bid on this, correct? Where does Northern Legendary Construction operate out of? Fort St. John. Where does Hardline Heating and Plumbing operate out of? Grand Prairie. Grand Prairie. And we have Zwitz, who we all know, yeah. So I just, you know, looked at this and thinking about this past discussion. There's something, here we have a range of bids of what, from 620 to 1,029,000. And I'm just saying that there's something wrong. I think badly wrong. It seems all over the North America with the way prices are just going up. How much of this is due to gouging, I wonder? Why can't there be some form of, and not as staff, but these are just my minds, what's in my mind. You know, how can we somehow stop gouging? Does industries, do they all talk to each other or do they all watch what each other are bidding? I mean, what is it that's causing this? I can't accept the fact that material costs have doubled. I could accept 20%, maybe, for various reasons. Do you ever have those suspicions, staff?
So through your worship, what we're seeing, as Devin indicated, we're seeing it generally across the board. So materials are up, but the inflationary pressures of fuel put more costs on trucking materials to get here, put more costs on the trucks that are on site and equipment. And just everything is compounding to ultimately result in a high unit cost. Instead of just, we see inflationary of even at a high of 7, 8, 9%. But we're seeing increases of 20, 30, 40%. I think what this is a cautionary tale for us as we go into this budget season for construction next year. And also other, we're working on some other tenders with some other, and the word that we're getting is be prepared, costs are going up significantly. So, like I said, we've been very fortunate the last number of years that our budgets and the prices coming in have been very good. We've been in good spots. I think it's going to be a little more challenging over the next couple of years to try and get as much done as we hoped for the price we thought.
I think a big part too is just the supply and demand. I mean, it's not just on materials, but on trades in general. Like, it's a busy market right now, and when it's busy, it's hard to attract all those trades, right? They're busy, tied up, so they're like, if we're going to tender this, we're going to tender it high because it's going to put more stress on our groups, and if we're going to do it, we're going to be rewarded. So yeah, it's tough. So, and I don't think it's just municipalities that are facing this. I think it's, everybody is facing this that's trying to get trades to do things. So yeah. Okay, any more discussion? I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.9, report number 23-118 from the facility manager regarding a request for quotation 2023-08 flight tower air handling unit upgrades. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 23-118 from the Parks and Facilities Manager regarding RFQ 2023-08 flight tower air handling unit upgrade to be received. Further, the council award the RFQ 2023-08 flight tower air handling unit upgrade to Northern Legacy Construction Ltd. for the sum of $273,700 plus applicable taxes.
Have a second? Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'm wondering, I'm not getting into the price or anything here, but this is a question to staff. How is that facility used? I do know that the airport manager moved into that facility a few years ago, but what other uses is it put to?
I'll let Devin speak to that because he manages that area.
Go ahead,
Yeah, so
Devin.
through your worship, our airport manager works out of the top of the flight tower. We have our staff have currently moved into the lunchroom because the airport hangar didn't have water or sewer. So now they have amenities to facilitate hand washing and meal prep. And we were also renting out the boardroom, up until recently, renting out the boardroom and the one office space to Sealand Flight School. So the flight school is no longer there, but we do have the space available. And then in the bottom of the tower, we have all of the Nav Canada control systems. So there's some of our service systems and there's some of other systems all together in that building.
Thanks,
So,
Devin.
if I can just continue. So I'm still left wondering why we even, what's the necessity for using this? NavCan have their equipment. Where were people using, what were people using for a staff room before? Where was the manager located previously? In other words, I guess I asked him, do we really need to do this project? And do we not have other places in that complex where the airport manager could be located and the staff have a staff room?
So through your worship, the primary reason for doing the project is not necessarily staff, but it's for the equipment that's in there, the Nav Canada equipment. We need to keep the building operating as it should, otherwise, and it does mention it in the report that if the HVAC system isn't working properly, we could have problems with the equipment overheating, and which will shut down the airport. So that's really the primary reason. We're utilizing the building for staff because the alternatives are not good. As Devin indicated, our maintenance staff had a space in an old hangar with no running water. And our manager, I believe, used to take space in the terminal building, but I think we moved out of there when WestJet and the Pilot's Lounge were configured. So they moved to the tower.
And I guess just to clarify, this is for air handling units. This isn't for like doing renovations to make an office, is it? No.
No.
This
No.
is for the
No,
air
no,
handling
this is just
and
for
the
the-
facility.
This is just a replacement to ensure that the building is operating as it should, and as indicated in the report, that if it doesn't, there's the potential the equipment fails or shuts down, and then we've got a much larger issue.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead,
So,
Councillor
this,
Parslow.
well, actually, just led me into the other question, which I was going to ask. NavCan owns this equipment. Why is it our responsibility to deal with the temperature control of the facility?
I don't know. I don't know if, Melina, do you have any background on that? If you don't, that's fine.
Sorry, through your worship. I think NAVCAB owns the equipment, but it is our responsibility to ensure that it runs properly. So this part is replacing. So over the last, since 2017, we've replaced the boilers, both boilers in the building. We've replaced the pneumatic controls last year. So we replaced all the old controls with brand new controls. At that time, it was identified that the heaters were deficient and dying. They were over 20 years old, and the air conditioning units weren't working. But it is our responsibility, back to your question, Councilman Parslow, is that it is our responsibility to make sure that that equipment maintains. We did look at moving them, but we can't move them. There's nowhere else that we can house that millions of dollars of equipment that runs, that relays between, because we don't have flight tower, we don't have operators up in our flight tower. We rely on that equipment to radio through a flight tower at Coal Lake to make sure that planes land safely and take off safely.
Thanks, Melina. Councillor Parslow, did you want to?
Just one last question.
Are you sure?
So who do I appeal to in being harassed by the mayor?
You knew it was coming.
No, just thank you for answer first. So once upon a time, there was no flight tower, and NAV Canada built that facility. A number of years ago, maybe 2 decades ago, the city got that facility for $1. So you're saying that there's a sort of a contract with NAV Canada about the scope of responsibilities of the city for that equipment? I'm not saying, so I'm just thinking, you know, this is a lot of money, right? And whose baby is this? And you're suggesting, and I'm not challenging you at all, it's our baby. And I'm just saying then when we've got this building, a whole bunch of responsibilities were unloaded on the city. If that's the case, that's the case. I'm just trying to get some picture.
So through your worship, I think that's exactly what happened is upper levels of government are really good at downloading onto us and giving us a gift that keeps on giving. And I suspect they gave it to us. They gave us the entire airport and said, here you go. But along with that, you need to meet all these requirements. I suspect that's, and again, I don't have all those documents in front of me, but I'm sure that NAV Canada said it's yours. But you need to meet this, and all the requirements that come with it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? You said one more. That was for the day, right? That wasn't just for that motion? I'm holding you to this all day. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next order of business is 9 bylaws. 9.1, we have report number 23-106 from the corporate officer regarding park dedication amendment bylaw number 4562, 2023 for consideration of first 3 readings. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 23-106 from the corporate officer regarding park dedication amendment bylaw number 4562, 2023 be received. Further, that park dedication amendment bylaw number 4562 be given first 3 readings.
Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Well, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 9.2, we have report number 23-107 from the Development Service Manager regarding official community plan amendment to 23-03 bylaw number 4565, 2023 and zoning amendment 23-03 bylaw number 4566, 2023 for consideration of first and second readings. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-107 from the Development Services Manager regarding the official community plan amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4565, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4566, 2023 be received. Further, that official community plan amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4565, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4566, 2023 be given first and second reading.
Over second. Councillor Apolonio. Any discussion? I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.3, report number 23-108 from the Development Service Manager regarding zoning amendment 23-04 bylaw number 4567, 2023 for consideration of first and second readings. Councillor Apolonio.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. That report number 23-108 from Development Services Manager regarding zoning amendment 23-04 bylaw number 4567 2023 be received. Further, that zoning amendment 23-04 bylaw number 4567 2023 be given first and second readings.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Councillor Earl, any discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, next, 10 mayor's business, 10.1 mayor's update. So first, Minister Dix came up here for the hospital groundbreaking ceremony, which all of council attended. So it was, exciting to see. I know that was a long process of getting it to the stages where it's built. So it's exciting to see that type of investment in our community and area. Seeing the pictures, it'll be a beautiful facility. I also got to spend an hour of one-on-one time with Minister Dix afterwards. I got to go for a drive with him up to Fort St. John's, so it was, it was nice, with all the things that we have going on in our community and area to have that much time with him one-on-one. So there was a lot of discussion around, obviously the concerns we had about the OPS site, and so I expressed those. I talked a lot about, if they're planned to open treatment facilities and, really help the vulnerable folks. So it was good to build that relationship, kind of understand a little bit, on his side where they're coming from. And it was, some education for sure, and I definitely, didn't hold back. I expressed, our concerns and was in a respectful way very vocal about that and had that discussion. Next, because of the letter we sent out, Minister Whiteside called and set up an appointment, so I had a meeting with her last week and her team at her office. So it was really just in regards to the OPS site being moved temporary to the hospital. But very, I felt that Minister Whiteside was very open to, listen to us, and I felt that she definitely was engaging, that she wants to listen and work with us on where that new location is going, and she understands, is very clear about our concerns about, the area that it was going and why it wasn't, and she agreed. So it was, I don't know, it was just, I want to say it was a good initial meeting, and it was nice that her office reached out to have that where they didn't need to. So, next, the Clinzays, a Caribou maternal pen tour. I got to go on that a little while ago. There was, quite a few. I think there was 15 or so people that went on the maternal pen tour. I got to ride up there with Chief Roland Wilson. It was extremely educational, and I could not honestly believe what they've done up there in 10 years. They took a population from 2 herds of caribou that was down to 23. And their system, they've built that up as of this year. I think the population's to 140. So in 10 years, it didn't come without some bumps along the way, but it was absolutely phenomenal to see and understand the process of it. It was pretty amazing. It would be a cool thing if it was open for more tours, but they just can't. But basically, they put a pen in temporarily for that maternal period, and then they take it down. Like, it's all natural. We got to go right in there, and just the whole process on how they do it, and how it's helping these caribou herds come, basically go from extinction. So it was pretty amazing to see. It was not a huge area, but I mean, it was fairly big, but it was just absolutely amazing. And then to spend it was a 3-hour drive and tour, but to spend that much time with Chief Roland, it was just, he's been a big, part behind this and spearheading it and the momentum to help it. So just the education was phenomenal. And Yeah, and I guess I wouldn't, I probably should say this, but we had some vehicle problems as well, so I was, the chief and myself were down on the ground fixing a rad leak, but just throw this out there, somebody there told us an old wise tale that if you put pepper in the rad, it fixes it, and it did, so. Yeah, so we made it back to town on a 2-hour drive with a little thing of pepper. So I learned a lot that day, but Chief Roland Wilson also learned that as well that day. So. But yeah, no, it was just an unbelievable event and just a tour to see it. And if they can take that and clone it and put it in different areas, I think it'll be huge for the whole population and for other populations of other animals going forward too. So it was really great. Next student nurse event. I got to go to an event at the hospital a couple of weeks ago. There's 9. There's actually more, but it was with 9 student nurses that they hire for the summer. So most of them were in their 2nd and 3rd, so going into their 3rd and 4th year of the registered nursing program. So the Northern Health hires them for the summer, so they come up here, work for the summer. So I was there to engage on behalf of the city, but also because I sit on the regional hospital board for the Peace River Regional District. I was there wearing 2 hats. So, but I got to visit with these 9 students just in a real casual setting and learn they were from all over BC and Alberta, really. A couple from Dawson, but it was just good to get to know them and why they're coming up here for this, and hopefully show them that this is a great area and good reason to move here. And one thing they did mention was that excites them about this area is that we're getting a new hospital. So I know that there's some talk out there about getting a new hospital, not having enough staff, and there's some struggles now. But just talking to those 9 students, they're interested in coming to Dawson Creek, and one of their main reasons was because of the new facilities. So it was just good to hear and good to see that we got that program. And I mean, realistically, if we got 1 out of those 9 up here, it's a win. But I felt like that we would. There was more than 1 that are coming back to Dawson Creek, so it was nice to see. Next, Staybridge Suites just opened kind of across the street from us, so there was a few of us that went there for their grand opening. It was my first, I guess, ribbon cutting of a new business that I got to attend. So got to know Raj a little bit. His whole family was there. They were very excited, and they should be. There was a lot of sweat and time that got put into that facility, and I know they had some struggles building through COVID and some other things that added to that, but an unbelievable facility. It was beautiful, and they're all suites, so all done like first class. It was well done, and I just wanted to congratulate them, Raj and his family again, because definitely a great addition to our community. So next, Community of Champions meeting. That was the first time I've attended that one. I know Councillor Sudnick's attended a few of them in the past, but because of the time of the year, I think it was a bit smaller than what they said it's been in the past. But there was Northern Health hosted this one, so there was just a lot of communication on what Northern Health is doing, obviously about the new hospital. I did ask some questions around the OPS site and that as well. So yeah, it was good. Mile Zero Cruisers, there's been a lot going on in the community the last couple of weeks. It's just amazing to see. But the Mile Zero Cruisers summer cruise was in town last weekend. I got back on Sunday, so I was able to attend it for an hour and just walked around. I didn't get to see the whole thing, but it was just phenomenal, and there was a lot of vehicles there, a lot of people. The weather was great, but yeah, I've seen that. I don't know how many years they've been doing it, but I've seen it over the years since it concepted, whatever that was a while ago, but it's just growing each year, and just another amazing thing for our community, and attracts so many people around the region to come to our community. So just a great event. So next, I've been having a lot of meetings the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, just with local residents that have been reaching out, just wanting to just express you know, things in the area that, you know, some concerns, but the exciting part, I mean, I'm always open to listen, and I really encourage people that want to come in to, that I'll always take the time to listen, and I want to, but really out of those, there's so much learning all the time when you're just listening, so I really value them. But there's been a couple, like, you know, champions out of that too, that have taken things into their own hands in great ways to benefit our community. And you know, just last week we had somebody reach out about if the city could supply them with some garbage bags because they wanted to help clean up an area that was, you know, just on their own time. And you know, that's the stuff to me that builds an unbelievable community and just strengthens who we are, that it's not, we're all in this together, you know, for the good, the bad, all of it. So it's just been, you know, it's really been, you know, touching to me to see that, and that these, you know, folks come in and they're just concerned, right? Citizens, and like we all are. I mean, that's why we're doing this, is because we want to help and be a voice to make our area better. So, yeah, it's just really great to have those meetings and listen and to see some of the results of, you know, from people. It's not from the meetings, it's from those folks. So I just wanted to, yeah, encourage them to keep happening and thank them. Next thing too, when I got into this position, I had some ideas around, you know, creating committees in our community to just help, like, advocate and help be a voice for different areas. So whether it was tourism or youth or seniors, and I was really struggling about how to get those, you know, and to create them and get them started. And then it's just kind of, you know, I like everything in life happens for a reason, but I think having these meetings with individuals and growing, you know, and listening, there was some talks about me doing roundtables, conversations with citizens. So in the last couple of weeks, I had a couple roundtables, and I think that's, I don't think, but that's the direction that I want to go, is to do more of these roundtables, to bring people in, and that, you know, kind of gets to what the goal was of those committees. But it was really good. So last week we had a roundtable with some local business owners. So there was 9 local business owners. Kevin and myself sat there. We actually, because of the issues that some are facing some local business owners, we had Staff Sergeant Rob Hughes was there as well. So we met for an hour and a half and just really listened. But you know, and I'm kind of going to let it either get legs of its own or not. But the 9 that were there, it was pretty unanimous that they wanted to do it again, possibly monthly. So it was just, I don't know, it was very educational for myself, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Kevin, but I felt like he felt the same way. And just great to, you know, just to have some open dialogue. And then the next day we actually had one with a group of parents, mothers, that, you know, have organized. I think some people have maybe seen that there was some talk on social media about some ladies that put together you know, a meeting to talk about a splash park downtown. You know, it wasn't just that, but so these ladies, you know, took it on their own to, you know, instead of, I guess, just voice their concerns all the time, they wanted to step forward. And one of them I did meet with originally, that I had a great conversation with, but they've kind of taken it on their own to, you know, to form this little group. And they met with some folks last Monday, and then they came in and met with Kevin and myself, and, you know, just really talked about what they envisioned for our community. And to me, it was, that's what this is about. This is about, you know, being here as a voice for our community and empowering our community to help and make change and create positive things. So, yeah, they were both amazing. I'm going to plan another one in August for seniors, like a seniors roundtable. And that one, a lady that I've been talking to, a senior, was the one originally that talked to me about the roundtables. So I got a meeting with her this week, and, you know, I'm just going to have her, you know, organize it where I just show up and just have a roundtable with, you know, whether it's 10, 15, or 20 seniors, and just really talk about what things are working for them in the community, what they aren't. And yeah, it was honestly, it was pretty rewarding to sit at the table and not talk. just to listen to our citizens and see their passion, and it made me want to get on board with them. Like, I was excited at the end. So yeah, so that was good. I did add a couple things on here that aren't published, but Kevin, myself, and Bill last week had a conference or a Zoom with the I don't even know who it was with, UBCM and the minister, about public use of controlled substances, and it was a little scary. I'm going to be right honest. It was about you know, where illicit drugs should be allowed in public use, and it was a very scripted meeting with a very, you know, it felt very agendanized. Like, it wasn't, the voices were not allowed to be, I shouldn't say not allowed to be heard, because the voices were expressed, but it was very scripted. And you know, I guess there's some concern too from me, because some of it's coming from UBCM to the minister's office and vice versa. It feels like they're working in order to pass these you know, new rulings on, you know, where in public areas controlled substances can be used. And we were very, you know, we expressed that we don't feel they should be used anywhere in public, because there's youth around. And but yeah, you know, I just felt I would share a little bit. I think we'll learn a little bit when we're in UBCM and where they're going. But yeah, there's some voices that need to be heard. So next, I just wanted to give a shout out to Aaron Powell with Bannister, Ford and Chev, Aaron and Mark actually. They just had their annual golf tournament on the weekend. It's their 26th annual one. It's a fairly big event for those that golf, but also for those that are, you know, on the contribution ends of what that tournament raises. There was the Child Development Center, the Dawson Creek Kodiaks, and what was the other?
You're looking at me.
Oh yeah, the Sportsman Club. Was that intentional that I forgot that one? But it was amazing to see them all out there, and I actually had a great visit with the folks from the Sportsman Club and all of them. But I don't know how much funds were raised, but it's a pretty substantial amount. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them. And then last night I got to, when I was done that, I went for a bike ride with my wife and son, and got the tail end of the music festival that Jeremy threw on at the Kin Park. So it was amazing. It was at the end of it. They were still playing, but they were all wrapping things up. But there was still probably 200 to 300 residents still sitting there, and it was just an absolutely amazing thing to feel in our community and to see downtown as I was going down there. So yeah, that was great. So I just wanted to that. As well, the end of June, I just went into Bing's just once again to thank and congratulate Ed Ma for his time that he's, you know, given to our community, Bing's Furniture, as it's officially closed. And when I was in there, you know, brief conversation with him, but I also got to meet Ankush, who is the person that has taken that over and will be opening Ashland Furniture. So it was kind of neat in a way. You know, I got to be in there to congratulate Ed, but then also to congratulate Ankush and his, you know, new endeavor. And they're already starting to, you know, to bring furniture in and set it up. So I don't know when their plan to be open was. I didn't have that long, but it was nice to see that as well. So, anyways, that's all I had for Mayor's update. Did anybody have any questions for me? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. First off, you know, I just wanted to personally thank you and congratulate you. I don't know if many people realize how few municipalities have been able to negotiate, work with the health authorities around OPS sites and their placements, and to know that the path you went on and the advocacy you did with, you know, Mr. Dix, Mr. Whiteside, and everybody to successfully have that OPS site moved to a location that our community felt better about is a rarity. And I thank you and congratulate you on a job well done, sir, to have that moved to a much more realistic location in our community. I know many municipalities have tried to work with them and have failed. to know that we were successful in doing it, I know was a big part solely on yourself and Kevin and the job you guys did. So thank you very much. Well done. And further to the car show this weekend, I just want to send out a thanks and congratulations to Peace Country Toyota for the burnout competition. I think that just is such a great add-on for the car show weekend that brings out more of the community that isn't necessarily part of that collector car club community. It just brings further to the community, and I know they had the big family area and everything, and it's just a great addition to the weekend. And I know I enjoyed being a part of it.
Perfect. Did you get in the dunk tank?
No, no dunk tank, but
Oh.
the Jimmy did well in the burnout. I'll just
Yeah,
say
yeah.
she did all right.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm not sure if this question is best directed to you or through you to staff. Just to follow up with respect to the call you noted with the Ministry of Health, UBCM, provincial government, around appropriate public places for consumption of Schedule I narcotics. So we did revise our bylaws a few months back, and basically an existing bylaw on the books that prohibited the brandishing of drug paraphernalia was broadened to include the drugs themselves. So are we going to have to do more work on that end? Is that something the province is looking to pull rank and overrule us on? Is that what the nature of that conversation was around? Or is this something that we've kind of addressed, but it was just more pushing back at a provincial level to say the entire structure you've set up here isn't really tenable for communities?
I will let Kevin
So through your
take a
worship,
stab at that one.
it's hard to say where it's going to go. As the mayor indicated, there was some concerning questions they were asking us about where we felt it was appropriate to have public use of illicit drugs, such as parks, playgrounds, splash parks. Now, I will say generally, most folks on the call certainly indicated that they were not in favor of having, use in those areas. But the fact that those questions are being asked of those areas are a bit, that should be a non-starter. Shouldn't even be a question.
Figure that'd be
but,
self-evident.
there is a link to a UBCM questionnaire. I think there's 4 or 5 questions. Can make sure that council has that. I went on and I did respond to that as well and just answered a few questions.
The concern is that
important.
they were leading questions that were kind of trying
Some
to
of them were a
pigeonhole you
little-
into.
I found the ones in the link to the survey not nearly as, maybe as leading as the ones that were on our call. There was a few on the call that, they didn't really have a lot of answers because you had to pick. It's like multiple choice, and so you only had to pick their answers primarily. So, but I feel that if they decide that they want to have more open use of illicit drugs, it'll likely, I have a feeling it'll overrule our bylaws. But I don't know with that certainty, but that's...
For the moment, the existing bylaw, we kind of retroactively revised to
Park spaces.
give us a bit more teeth with respect to managing those areas is sufficient.
Yeah, we haven't had any significant issues that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
I think too, just to add a little bit to that, Councillor, there's other municipalities that are doing things right now too that we're keeping an eye on too, and what's happening, and we'll, as things develop and change, we'll definitely, keep everybody informed, and if there's an area that we can go, then we'll look at it. So, Councillor Apolonio. You just got to push it the once.
Just echoing what Councillor McDonald said a while ago regarding the new site for the OPS, and many of my circle of families and friends are happy about the decision, and it didn't happen in the downtown. And of course, secondly is, many are happy about the police visibility lately. I think the installation of our new sergeant was really awesome. So and people are so happy right now. Just echoing that.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words too. I mean, I'm just, here is your guys' voice, and Kevin and I think that's having a great relationship with our CAO and us. I mean, I think it helps on everything. So, yeah, so thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Councillor Earl?
Maybe some clarification. So between Mr. Whiteside, was it?
Yeah.
Who's the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Miss Whiteside, yeah.
Minister Whiteside. And Minister Dix, who's the Health.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering jurisdictionally, who's making these decisions? Because one thing that does periodically frustrate me when we're dealing with the provincial government is this kind of bureaucratic diffusion of responsibility and who's holding the bag and who's making what decision and who do we need to be appealing to and communicating with. And this is, I think, the first time that the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions has entered the conversation. So
I can answer that a little bit.
Okay.
So Minister Dix is the Minister of Health, so he is the main umbrella. So Minister Whiteside doesn't actually have, the Ministry of Health and Wellness doesn't have funding, so to say. It all goes to Minister Dix's office for approval. So just because of the how big, I guess, the portfolio is, that's why, yeah, it's separated a bit. So that's how it works. All right, any other discussion? No? All right. I'm actually going to break for 5. And then when we come back, yeah, break. Back to order. Next order of business was 11, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Updates. Kevin.
Good morning. Just a couple of quick updates. Curbside recycling. It's been pretty quiet on that front, which is good. No news is good news, and in this case, it is. Devon's had some recent discussions with Recycle BC just on curbside, and we hadn't heard anything from them for a while, so we wanted to kind of hear how things were going from their perspective, and all indications are things are going very well. Our contamination rates are around 7%. They're happy. Things are going well. Our auditing program is working well. So that's just generally good news. As long as our contamination rates are where they're at and holding, that means we get our funding from Recycle BC, which helps, well, which does fund our auditors. And so that's a good news story. So I just wanted to share that. The other piece I wanted to talk on is I was on a call last Thursday, I believe it was, with the province on the situational update on drought and wildfire. That's a less of a good story. Probably been seeing it on the news, hearing about it. So from a provincial standpoint, the province as a whole is in what they are calling a historic drought, something that they haven't seen province-wide to date. Most of the province is at level 4 drought, some is at level 5. I think only the northwest, upper northwest is, I think, at a lesser drought status. What they've said is this drought has been essentially a year in the making. It started with a hot and dry summer last summer, moving into a warm, exceptionally warm fall, a low precip winter. Again, we had an early warm spring into a hot and dry summer. Obviously compounding issues across the province, from the wildfires that we're experiencing to extremely low stream flows. We're seeing stream flows that are typically show up in September are now here at the beginning of July. So that just, everything has been advanced a month or two. So if we don't see any precipitation, you know, province-wide, there's going to be some widespread issues. The good news, if there is any, is that we have been preparing for this for about 15 or 20 years. And so we've positioned ourselves well as a community on water security. We, Council has spent millions of dollars to ensure that we had offline storage, we had weirs, we've had, you know, reservoirs and pumping capacities and all that. And so the good news is from our perspective, we're in a good spot. The Kiskadna River, although it is dropping and it's low, it is still being fairly resilient to date, and the levels are better than what you'd expect for how dry it's been. Now, that would be probably because except for last year, if, you know, we've had some wetter years, and the Kiskadna is primarily fed by groundwater. So those, when we had the wet years, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, a lot of the wetlands were recharged, and that's what's really holding the Kiskadna over right now. Our reservoirs, our South Dawson Reservoir, which gives us 200 days worth of water, they're all at good levels. Everything's in a good spot. Domestic use, or actually just use generally across the community, is average, even as dry as it's been. People are obviously not watering their lawns excessively. We're still seeing use in that 5 to 6,000 cubes a day, which is a very typical day. In the past, when we had dry years, we would see use creep up towards 8,000 cubes a day. So people are being respectful. They're not watering their lawns as much as they used to. So it's all good news. So even if we're using 6,000 cubes a day, right now we're able to withdraw from the river over 8,000 cubes a day. We're in a positive position. Our reservoirs are good. So I just wanted the council to be aware. I want the community to be aware. We're in a good spot. I anticipate there'll be further restrictions from the province as far as withdrawals, maybe already. Oil and gas is probably, if they haven't already, will have been reduced or excluded from taking water from the rivers. But we'll be fine as long as we carry on with our usage that we're seeing right now. So that's good news. That's all on the anticipation that we will get rain one day and we'll get moisture one day. But with our system, the way we've built it, that is we can honestly manage not only maybe a drought year, but we could probably, you know, a couple of years of drought, because you're always going to get some water in there, whether it be through the winter and springs. But nobody can survive, you know, a decade of this. So let's hope we do have a turnaround on the weather. So I just wanted everybody to be aware, because there is a lot of concern, and rightfully so. But we've put things in to manage it. The province is asking for all municipalities to look to escalate their water conservation measures. And so it's something that I don't believe we need to look at right now, just based on our usage and what we're seeing. And if we move from our level 1 conservation measure where we're at today, which means you can water your lawn essentially every other day, your even addresses on even days, your odd addresses are on odd days. If we move to level 2, that limits to watering to 2 days a week. But more importantly, what it does is it eliminates non-potable water use for at the bulk fill stations. So that essentially cuts industry off. So I'm just letting council know that that's a significant step and not anything you'd want to take lightly. And at this point, based on our industrial use, we're only seeing about 10% of our daily volumes being used in industry. I don't think it's warranted at this point. I think we would have to be in more of a dire position before staff would recommend doing anything on that front. So just wanted to let you know.
Perfect. Thanks for the update, Kevin. Any questions? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Through you. If we had to cut off industry from non-potable, are we able to divert them to our reclaim water then?
Yeah, you know, there are, depends on what they're using it for, but in a lot of cases, probably could, yes.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Parslow.
Well, I think it's important to put staff's comments in some context. I'm just guessing 10 years ago, or let's go back further, staff would be saying something quite different. But the fact that the city's past councils made water security a priority, so it's thanks to a lot of work in that area that we have such a improved resiliency. So it's just a bit of it's a legacy really of some past councils and staff's leadership in this regard.
Yep. Yep. Thank you. All right, nothing else? All right, thanks, Kevin. Next order of business is diary 12. Nothing in the diary, Joe? No? Consent calendar, I got a motion to accept the consent calendar. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor McDonald. Call that to vote. Did you want to lift something?
I wanted to talk about that letter. So it's consent, we usually don't.
No, well, you can lift something from the consent calendar.
Okay, I'd like to lift it from.
But we have a motion on the floor to accept, right? So do we have to go through that and then we can lift it afterwards? Okay. So we'll want to defeat this.
Good, Charlie.
Everybody please vote. The other way, Charlie. You're going to want to defeat it.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
or
you.
you won't be able to.
Thank
you
you.
for guidance.
Not that I'm like influencing your votes here,
He
but
wants to hear you talk more, Charlie.
the vote is closed, so it's
help, sir.
it's defeated. Okay, so would somebody like to lift something from the consent calendar? Just once, then I'll turn it on. Councillor Parslow?
I would like to lift this from the consent calendar for discussion by council.
Second, Councillor Earl. I am just gonna. All right. Well, and do we need to vote on that, Joe? You're just doing that up? Okay, I will call this motion to vote. Oops, I closed it, but it was carried. Sorry, I didn't wait for your nod before I closed it. It's carried. Councillor Parslow, you'd like to lift this for, so you'll need a motion then?
I've made a motion.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's voted. Yeah, it's voted. 7-0.
No, but do we need a motion on the letter? No. Yeah, so now we need a motion to do something with it, right? Yeah.
Well, yes, my wish is that we have some discussion about this letter before we have any motion, okay? Which is perfectly permissible. So I don't know if I can just kick off. This letter contains a lot of information and has a lot of, and cited a lot of implications for really the role of municipalities and the interface between the municipal governments and the Solicitor General's Department, or let's say provincial government in general. And it also talks about the possibility of a 7% increase in our policing costs solely, okay, because of the shared nature of administrative costs for the RCMP being spread out in municipalities that have the RCMP as their police force. So just that alone should generate some concern. Also, the availability of police officers. Here we have a government who has interfered with the municipal decision-making and has seemingly sort of put a more stringent requirement if the City of Surrey stays with the RCMP over a Surrey municipal force, with no provision for the training or increase in the capacity of the Justice Institute of BC, which is the sole training facility for municipal police forces in this province. And so this has, we all know, I think every one of us who were on council before this present council the real concern the public had when we talked about reduction in the numbers of RCMP officers in the town, and then there was continued concern about us not being staffed to our capacity. And so all these things, I'm just giving a very quick overview. These are various serious issues that have been raised by this mayor. And I think it behoves us responding to her letter, because I will wager that this will become a major topic at UBCM. And I think as safety of our community is one of our major tasks, roles as a council, we have to take more than a passing nod of receiving it for information, but consider what our collective response might be to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. You know, I think we all need, you know, a motion from somebody, because I mean, there's no real ask in here either. It's, to me, there's lots of information, you know, and obviously different areas of provincially, and so I guess I would need from council to, you know, it's been lifted, so we need a motion on the floor to even have that discussion. If it's directing staff to look more into this, I don't even know if that's possible, because yeah, you know, there's, yeah. So if somebody wants to.
I just have something to add here.
Well, you can't, sorry, Ken.
I listened to the Grand Prairie Radio, and Grand Prairie is getting rid of the RCMP.
Yeah. Councillor Earl?
Well, I appreciate the Councillor Parslow's desire to dig deeper into this, and I agree, especially when you see the numbers around the staffing demand and the training capacity, and how those investments are being made, and how we constantly struggle with maintaining a full detachment. It's definitely something to be mindful of, but as I think you noted, Your Worship, there's not a direct ask in this, so I'm not sure if the best way forward is to receive this for information for the time being, and then be mindful as we get into UBCM. That's where the conversation is going to lead. So I'd move we receive it for information.
Okay, do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion on receiving it for information? Councillor Parslow.
Well, prior to Councillor Earl's motion, I was going to say that council empower me to write a letter, a draft letter for council to look at. But that's mute now.
After UBCM, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote. The vote is closed, and it's carried. One opposed, Councillor Parslow. I was going to get into for our next order of business, sorry. Myself all confused here. So next order of business, 14, strategic priority chart. Kevin, any update right now? No? Okay, nothing on that. 15, media questions, no media here. 16, committee of the whole reports. Because this, our summer meetings are not necessarily committee of the whole meetings. We just did a special one because there was a few delegations. So Staff Sergeant Hughes wasn't under the impression that he needed to be here, because in our you know, documentations we sent to him, he doesn't need to be here in July and August, so we just switched this to committee of the whole. So we have his report here for information. If there's any questions on that, I can try to answer them, or Kevin can. Otherwise, we can get the answers from Staff Sergeant Hughes. So was there any questions on 16.1 to myself or Kevin? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I don't know if this would necessarily be towards our staff sergeant or our fire chief. Just wondering, I know it's a small window, but with the closure of the OPS site in the past 3 weeks, I'm wondering what effect that has had on the calls for overdose or medical assistance in our downtown core, in and around our vulnerable people. If it's made a significant difference, just data to present to Northern Health and whatnot.
Okay. I can answer that a little bit. I can't speak on behalf of the staff sergeant or the fire chief, but I had this conversation with Northern Health. So they have I wanted to say a portable unit right now, but they have a remote unit so they can travel around and meet vulnerable folks. Okay. So it's down. The number of calls are down, but they're still reaching out to a majority of their clientele. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know if it's put any more stress on the other emergency services, but I do know that Northern Health, they do have a van that has been traveling around and helping these folks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I just think for future report from it would be an in-camera meeting with the staff sergeant. I don't know if any other councillors have had this experience, but I've had emails sent to me from friends who live in other parts of this province about two incidents that have been reported in the media of individuals being through some organized group assaulted and severely beaten, and some of them are former residents of Dawson Creek, but they're very, very concerned about this phenomenon, right? And we all know what the two incidences probably, and maybe we should just be briefed by council where things are at with investigations and what can be done.
Well, I can speak a bit. I don't know, all that I can really say is that the RCMP is, doing whatever they do, right? And they're investigating, all acts. So it's not my place to comment on any more than that.
No, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's certainly creating a lot of negative media.
Yeah.
About this community, for sure.
Yeah, and I, the RCMP, they're here to do a job and we need to allow them to do it, so it's not, yeah. Okay. So I guess I don't know if that answers you. Yeah. Okay. All right, any other questions? No? Okay. I was gonna go into 16.2, but Kevin, we have 12 minutes before lunch. That's probably not enough time, is it? Okay, I am going to recess. Can we recess to closed? Get that done before lunch? Okay, I'm going to recess to close. So I need a resolution to move into meeting of council closed to the public to review agenda item 3.1, section 90 minutes, as previously noted. Agenda item 5.1.1, section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that is fit where presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Agenda item 5.1.2 and 5.2, section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. Motion, Councillor Earl, second, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? One more? Everybody voted? No, vote is closed, it's carried. So we'll just take it as quick as possible, a couple minutes, and we're gonna go right into closed, so. Amend the agenda a little bit. We're gonna go into 16.3. We have Ashley Pinozzo, Community Engagement Liaison Officer, Kendra Kiss, South Peace Health Service Administrator of Northern Health, and Nathan Solomon, Project Director, Infrastructure BC, in attendance regarding the Dawson Creek and District Hospital Replacement Project. So, Devin, I think they're just all out there. Could you just let them know that they could come in? There's 3 of them. They're all there. Yeah. Hi, Ashley. Oh. You gotta hide in the back, Kendra? Oh, are you? That's good moral support. Yeah. Welcome, Kendra, Ashley, and Nathan. Yeah, you as well. Actually, can I just get you to push your button on the mic there, and then I'll turn it on. There you go. Yeah, so welcome, and we're excited to see you here, and the floor will be yours.
I'll let you take it away. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to present an update on the hospital project, and would like to start off with some words of appreciation and gratitude for City Council and for City staff, particularly Bill and Kevin, in helping us get to where we are on the project. We've been spending a significant amount of time, particularly with Bill, going through the Stage 1 building permit process and meeting with the proponents and getting the city's perspective on the numerous requirements. And we couldn't have achieved the milestones that we have on the project without all of your support. So thank you very much. It is very much appreciated and recognized at the provincial level as well, that the project board has been very pleased with the level of support that the city has put forward for the project, and wanted to start off the presentation with a word of thanks to everyone here and to all the staff in City Hall as well, please.
Great, thanks for sharing that, Nathan. It's nice to hear.
So we're represented today by 3 members of the project team, and wanted to present for a moment kind of who the key people are, starting at the top with Angela DeSmit, based in Fort St. John. She's the Northeast Chief Operating Officer. And then Kendra, that's sitting just behind us here at the hospital itself. And Mike Hofer, part of Northern Health, is Executive Director responsible for all of the capital planning. And then underneath, we've got the Project Management Office. So myself, Nathan Salomon, actually work with Infrastructure BC, but have been seconded to lead this project on behalf of Northern Health. We have Bart DeVries, project manager based in Ontario, is actually coming into town this week. Mark Hendricks, Ashley's boss on the communication side of things, and sitting beside me, Ashley Pinozzo, our community engagement liaison that many of you have been in contact with over the last few years. And not with us, but also here in spirit, Jennifer, our clinical lead, Ramona, our project coordinator, Richard, based out of Prince George, our IMIT lead, as well as Deb Taylor, based in Prince George, our finance team lead, and finally our newest member to the team, Ari Leodzansky, who's going to help us with the contract management with the design build agreement with Graham. So I'll maybe pass it over to Ashley here to give a project overview.
Perfect, thanks Nathan. So as you all know, we have a new hospital coming to Dawson Creek, which is very exciting. So the new hospital is going to be 24,500 square meters. So significant increase in size from the current facility. We'll also be increasing the beds. So currently, I believe there's 50-something beds. So there'll be 24 additional ones with a total of 70. 42 are for med-surg, 7 for maternity, 3 for the high acuity unit, and then 18 for mental health. So those mental health beds are increasing from 15 to 18, which is great. The benefit to this new facility is all of the rooms will be single rooms with ensuite washrooms to give patients more privacy with their families when they are having a hospital visit. The emergency department is also doubling in space size as well as with the beds. So there'll be 5 new spaces, bringing the total up to 15, and then over 340 parking stalls. So a significant increase in the amount of parking with the new facility. And then programming-wise, the new hospital will support new moms and families with the perinatal units, so they'll be able to have labor, delivery, recovery, and postpartum all in one space. There'll be space for laboratory, diagnostic imaging, physical rehab, and of course surgical services. A new addition will be the non-denominational spiritual rooms. So that space is beautiful. You'll see in the renderings in a little bit here, but it'll be a space for anybody from all religions, faiths, backgrounds to have a quiet space to reflect when they are in the hospital. All the spaces will be culturally safe and welcoming. So we've had a couple of working groups formed and they provide input and feedback from the community and the local Indigenous communities to make these spaces welcoming. And then lastly, the regional pharmacy services will be improved with the new facility as well.
So as you can see with this graphic here, this project has been a long time in the making, and even before the master plan was completed almost 10 years ago, there was talks of the need to refurbish or do something with the existing hospital. So it has gone through a series of capital planning exercises through Northern Health and with the approval of provincial government, first of all with a concept plan now over 5 years ago, then the business plan that was approved at the tail end of 2020, and then the procurement process, which we've just now recently completed with the signing of the design build agreement with Graham Design Builders LP. So it's been a long road to get here. This has been a unique process to get to where we've gotten to, because the design has been moving in parallel with the procurement process. So in September of 2021, we had actually signed a design early works agreement with the previous joint venture that was going to construct the hospital with us, and the same architectural firm, HDR, that's actually being carried forward by the new design builder. So from September 2021 until now, we have developed both the schematic level, or 30% design, and then moved it forward to the 60% design development level. So the key elements of the building, from the footprint to where all the departments are going to be and how the site's laid out, has all now been fixed in stone. And we're going to be moving forward into the 95% design stage. That's going to happen in parallel with the early construction work. And really that's much more at the detailed granular room level on how does this room function, where do the pieces of equipment that have been identified need to be, and making sure that all those details are clarified so it can be constructed in the years to come. And with the agreement that we've now signed with Graham Design Builders, they're responsible for substantial completion of the facility under this design build agreement in the end of November of 2026. And we expect then through to total completion and all the move-in for the hospital to be ready for patients in early 2027 is the current plan. So we now have the fixed price, fixed schedule contract to move it forward, and we expect things to move a lot faster than they have, I think, in the past with the project timeline that you've seen here to date. And please, if at any moment, if you'd like questions, we don't have to wait until the end. Please feel free to put your hand up, and happy to field them or leave them towards the end here. So my opening remarks, we wouldn't be where we're at, not just with the stage 1 building permit that was recently issued by the city of Dawson Creek, but thinking a little bit earlier on when we had to go through the Crown Grant land transfer process to actually transfer the site from Northern Lights College to Northern Health through the Ministry of Forests. The subdivision process had to go through with the city, and we very much appreciated your support. And the application went in and very quickly was approved for subdivision. Really, the time it took for the land to be transferred was on the provincial side of things, getting all the paperwork sorted out as the land was transferred from Northern Lights College to the Ministry of Forests, back to the Crown, and then back again as a Crown grant in this instance for Northern Health Authority to use for health purposes. We weren't able to execute a simple transaction between Northern Lights College and Northern Health to simply purchase the land. Just given the nature of the land title, we had to actually give it back to the province, have the province grant it back to us for a different purpose. In addition to the stage 1 building permit, which has now allowed Graham to get into the site mobilization and excavation, we've had a number of big milestones in the last number of weeks. There was a ground blessing ceremony before the site was disturbed, led by an elder from the Soto First Nation. And then, as a number of you were in attendance a few weeks back, on the 26th of June, we had the minister up in town, and he announced that Graham had been selected as part of the subsequent procurement process. And that same day, we executed the contract with them and passed the responsibility over to them to get this hospital built for us. And there, if you drive into that corner of the campus, you'll see that site preparation has already begun. They've put up the fences. There's a number of excavators, and everything's kind of being laid out for them to get their site office complex and their parking areas, and then they can start stripping the site itself and get going with excavation and foundation work through the course of the summer, because they expect to work kind of through the course of winter. They will have it heated, and kind of in order to hit their 2026 timeline, they intend to keep progress moving as much as they can through the colder winter season. So these are just a few of the photos here. A number of you are captured in this bigger group shot here on the 26th. And I must say it was quite the hot day to be standing out there in front of, in the big open field here, but quite exciting to have everyone come together for an occasion like this. And just a few more shots, one with the Northern Health, outgoing Northern Health President CEO Cathy Ulrich, and then with the smaller project management office team on the right-hand side there. And these are a few photos of the earlier ground blessing ceremony with the elder that a few of you were also in attendance for.
Not a hot day. Windy day, yeah.
And I think I've touched on some of this and kind of what's next. And our intention is, as the project moves forward, we're going to be getting regular updates from Graham Design Builders, and we intend to share them with both the neighborhood, the Let's Talk page, and kind of with City as well, and with Northern Lights College, to the extent that it may impact their ongoing campus operations. And we've got an estimate of interesting statistic, about 56,000 cubic meters of fill is expected to come out. It's quite a large building footprint. They'll be having to move quite a lot of fill, and interestingly, some of that will be put onto the Northern Lights College campus. They found a use for it, so it's a win-win scenario there for all the parties. And you can expect to see concrete pouring shortly in August after the BC Day long weekend, and they expect to get the two tower cranes in place in the fall, and kind of continue concrete work through the winter. In parallel with that construction work, we will be advancing towards the 95% design. So we anticipate through the latter part of the summer into the fall, we're going to have a number of special topic and user consultation meetings. So bringing back the Northern Health's key staff members in each of the different functional areas of the hospital, and reaffirming the assumptions that had been made in the earlier stages, and kind of diving into the details of what each room needs to look like for all of them. And kind of at the turn of the new year, we expect to receive what's called the formal 95% design submission, where things are almost locked into place, and you're really just looking for the final details into the 100% design, and finally the issued for construction drawings. So an exciting next few months to close out 2023, and we'll expect come spring 2024 for there to be some really significant construction work going on in place here.
Thank you. So as mentioned earlier, we have a couple of different committees and working groups that help provide that input and feedback when it comes to design and spaces within the facility. I think a number of you sit on those committees and working groups as well. So the Capital Project Advisory Committee kind of sits on the top of the pyramid. They are consulted throughout the project on who we should be engaging with, who we should be communicating with, and just some of those local considerations. And then below them, we have two sub-working groups, the Community and Indigenous Advisory Working Groups. So they really provide input and experiences on things like design. For example, color schemes. We heard from the Indigenous communities that a certain color that was used might represent death in their culture, so we take those into consideration. Same with some planting. We went through at the last meeting, trees and plants and what are significant in their culture. We also do a handful of different engagement initiatives and events. So recently I was at the Dawson Creek Art Gallery's annual art auction, which is a very fun evening. So Jennifer and I had a display set up at that event with a couple of renderings and the fact sheets. And then throughout the fall, we'll be hosting info sessions and setting up larger displays for the public and staff. So we'll be able to share a lot more information over the next couple of months with the renderings and the draft designs and that sort of stuff. And then we have here just the draft site map. So you can see that the visitor parking is off of 112th there, with the main entrance coming off of that street as well. And then to the west, we have the staff parking, that smaller lot off to the left. The emergency entrance kind of comes around that corner of the staff parking lot into the ambulance bay. And then you can see that there's a lot of landscaped areas, trees, shrubs, wheelchair accessible parking, and then just the overall footprint of the building.
Ashley, can you go
Yes.
back to that one for
Yes, definitely.
Just for my knowledge, whereabouts would the road be coming in from the college right now on the backside? Would it be like halfway through kind of where the hospital is located?
I believe so that road kind of curves in towards the staff parking, and they're straightening that road to be completely along the bottom of the back of the building.
So there'll still be access
Yeah.
into the college through there?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to visualize that in my head when I was over there, I knew that road was moving, but I was like,
Yeah.
where is it?
Yeah, we'll be releasing these on the Let's Talk site probably within this week. There's been a lot of community members asking about it as well. So just to give people a visual look at, you look at a field and you can't really tell where the building's going to be. So
Yeah.
we'll be releasing those. Well, I guess they are released now, but.
Councillor Earl just.
Sorry if this is a bit granular. How big are the parking stalls?
They're Costco size.
Do they accommodate the fact that we have many large trucks? Because I know one area we run into with old zoning is people are planning parking stalls based on the size of a 90s sedan, and that's just not the reality up here.
I think they're code compliant parking stalls. I don't have the actual dimensions on whether they're pickup sized ones or
Alright,
kind of sedan sized.
Just don't want anyone having to crawl out a window over top when they're in need.
Just on the stalls one though, I think, what did you say, there's 300?
341.
And how many are at the current hospital?
We have
Like 100?
about 152.
Wow, so that's significantly more.
I think the math that they use is for each patient, there's a visitor stall attached to each patient.
Oh,
And
okay.
then with the maternity ones, there's 2 visitor stalls, yeah.
Was maximum.
And I think there's 15 accessible spots as well. So I think there's 6 at the front there, closest to the main entrance, and then another group of them in the main
yeah.
parking lot.
Thank you.
And then the next couple of slides are really just visuals of the draft rendering. So of course, these are subject to change, and it goes hand in hand with gathering that community feedback and stakeholder input. So these are really just visuals. So this is the main view of the hospital here. Very pretty. This is a bird's eye view of the building. So you can see in the back, I believe that building is the aircraft hangar for Northern Lights College, and then to the left is their main campus buildings.
Is it 2 stories? Like in the, I know. Oh,
4
4
technically.
stories.
Yeah, basement, level 1, level 2, level 3.
So 3 above.
And then, of course, the proximity to the current facility, literally right across the road, which is very nice. These are some of the draft color schemes. So like I mentioned with the working group feedback, these again are subject to change as well. So the basement level will be the mountain theme. So it has a couple of different greens in there. The first floor is the river. I think the reasoning behind that was the flow of patients throughout the facility that flows same as a river. And there's inspiration taken from the Peace River, of course, and local elements in our community. Level 2 is the prairies, so it has the yellows, and then level 2, is the medical inpatient area, so all of the patients will be in that area in maternity. And then level 3 is the mental health floor, so it's the theme of the forest, and it's purples. And then this is just some of the draft finishes that they've shared with us, so you can see a couple of the materials and the different accent colors and wayfinding colors and flooring and ceilings and that sort of those types of finishes. Same as the first floor, a couple of different more, and you can see the 4 squares on the top right there, those are the spiritual space. So the spiritual space entryway has a gorgeous wood paneling on the outside of it to make it have some sort of wood elements throughout the facility. Level 2 is the prairies, so the yellow theme. And then level 3 is the purples. This is my favorite floor. I love the purples. And then this is the view from the main entrance. So this would be your registration area and check-in desk. And you can see there's seating around there, privacy between each of the check-in areas. This is, again, just a different view from the public waiting area. And those open walls, there will be opportunities for artwork, so we'll be working with the community on procuring and finding local artists to fill those spaces. Information desk and registrations, just a couple of different views. The main seating areas. This is the emergency department waiting room. And then the non-denominational spiritual room. So there's a little nook on the outside there. And again, that's an opportunity where we'll be able to put artwork and artifacts, and it'll be have a glass casing around it to ensure that it's not vandalized or anything like that. Inside the spiritual room, they've done a great job at incorporating the circular elements with the chairs arranged in a circle, the lighting feature, and again, 2 casings in the back there for art and artifacts. These are just the elevator lobbies, so level 0, again, same as the glass casing, another space for those types of elements. Level 1, same concept, different colors. Level 2, similar concept. And level 3. Then we go into the typical patient room. So this is just a typical inpatient room. Again, as we mentioned earlier, they're all single rooms with ensuite washrooms. So there's seating for family members and visitors, as well as the patient beds. We have the bariatric room here, same concept. A typical isolation room. The labor, delivery, recovery, and postpartum, so LDRP rooms, so quite a bit bigger to make sure that the families can be supported in those spaces. And then our typical operating room, shiny and new. And then lastly, as Nathan mentioned, you can go to the Let's Talk website, so that's where we house all of our information about the project. We really want to build awareness in the community about this website. We have lots of exciting content that's going to be published, so we are encouraging everybody to stop in there and see project updates, exciting news, milestones, photos, all of the information that we can possibly share. And that concludes our presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess just before we get into any questions, Councillor Parslow just had another thing that he had to run out to, so it wasn't your presentation that chased him away. But yeah, no, thank you for the presentation, and definitely exciting, and it's nice, like the color scheme and stuff too, just to see something different, that it won't be, you know, just more of those natural home feeling colors versus you know, hospital, which I'm sure will be good for patients and staff, I'm assuming. So yeah, it's neat. So I will open it up to any questions from council. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I've had a couple of people ask me or bring it to my attention, is there any way for the new Dawson Creek Hospital to become a teaching hospital? Has that been considered at all, or does anybody know, or is there a possibility of that for a teaching hospital in the north?
Yeah, so there are spaces on the basement floor that we're working with the UBC Faculty of Medicine to have simulations and have some of them potentially come over to train in the Dawson Creek Hospital. So it's contemplated already, and kind of those spaces are going to meet the Faculty of Medicine's requirements and kind of be managed by them. So I wouldn't say so far as it being kind of a full-out teaching hospital, but there is already a collaboration that we intend to strengthen with UBC to have students come up and spend their kind of teaching time in this hospital. So I think that is something that we're looking to bolster in this new facility.
Excellent question. Councillor Apolonio.
Yeah, just try to echoing what Councillor McDonald said, but because I have concerns also from my friends, especially from coming from other countries. They're having a hard time going to maybe, for example, in Vancouver or in Fort St. John to continue their training. So in case the training will be done here, at least in the 4 years or maybe 5 years, at least in the future, students, they will no longer go to other places because they said they sometimes going to other places which are not familiar for them, especially coming from other countries. This it causes stress from them, like, you know, meeting new people, large environment, something like that. So at least if you could consider that as Councillor McDonald's. And what's happening to the old hospital? Any plans for the old hospital in case this new hospital will be built?
So the plan is that the existing hospital will be demolished, but there hasn't been a decision made around what the future use of the site is going to be. But in the examination, when we went through the business plan development, one of the options that was examined was trying to refurbish and renovate the existing facility, and it's kind of beyond that stage of its life cycle to really make it worthwhile. You'd be throwing a lot of money into a facility that ultimately has a lot of challenges to it already. So the plan is that it would be demolished, and Northern Health would kind of go through a new planning process to determine kind of what the future, whether there is another medical need for it, or whether they would look to dispose of it or to pass it on to another part of government.
Yeah, before I let you go, yeah, just putting out there because somebody suggested also if there could be like, the Fort Again Hospital, they have the Peace Villa, which is the seniors near to the hospital. Maybe it could be like a housing for seniors maybe, or maybe for, another OPS site maybe. At least it's close to the new hospital, so something to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. With respect to, I guess in a similar vein but different, obviously having a facility of this size and scale and scope built next to our university, there's a lot of opportunity there for, I think, skills development for our local trades. And I know ultimately it's Graham Builders that's going to be hiring and subbing out the work, but are there any requirements as part of their contract for them to have that local content, that component, and just, obviously from a community-minded person's point of view, it seems like a natural partnership, but I wanted to see if you'd had any.
Absolutely. Like the contract does have kind of an apprenticeship policy that Graham needs to follow, and apart from kind of what the contractual requirements are, Graham has already expressed to us they need as many workers as they can get, and they're willing both on their end and the subcontractor end to form apprenticeship and sponsor people through that if they're willing to come on board. So that they're very much looking to build their labor pool, and I think we're going to be speaking with them on Wednesday this week, the Chamber of Commerce, to speak about economic opportunities and employment opportunities. And
yeah, I'll be there for that. I would also, our local college has a fairly robust co-op program, so kids who are in their final year to a high school. And so it would be very much, I think, to everyone's benefit to bring School District 59 into the conversation too.
That's a great idea, and I know that Graham's already been in contact with Northern Lights College for kind of the site office and the parking area, and they've kind of been in future discussions if there are students that could potentially move into working on the project. So
Thank
you.
you.
Definitely encourage that.
We had those conversations with Graham as well about the college and school programs, so yeah. Perfect. Any other questions? Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question, is there a cafeteria in this hospital for people?
Yep.
Okay, I just didn't see it. Is it?
It would be on the first floor, like when you come into the main entrance.
Okay.
They'll be just down the hallway. There's a cafeteria and kind of a spot for a third-party vendor to come in. That we'll work out the details kind of later on, who's going to be operating.
Okay, cool. And then I'm pretty sure you said this is a fixed cost contract. What's the budget for this hospital?
The budget for the hospital overall is just under $590 million. And that includes the design build agreement costs that'll get disclosed shortly, and then all of the owner costs for the project management team, all of the consultants, the medical equipment, the insurance, and all the other kind of ancillary costs that are required that kind of are outside of the contract. But the contract is the vast majority of the total cost.
So what is the fear that cost is going to balloon, like everything else tends to balloon over the course of a project?
Well, I think now that we have the contract signed, I think that price risk has now been transferred over. In the form of contract that we signed, the design build agreement, it's very clear that Graham's responsible for delivering what's in the contract for that price. That, of course, is subject to adjustments. If Northern Health decides, well, we want to tack on another, I'll exaggerate, and tack on another floor or tack on some scope that hadn't been contemplated, then there's a change process to value what that additional cost would be, and the owner can make the decision whether they'd like to include that or not. But assuming everything kind of we don't change our mind and we get what we asked for in the contract, they're on the hook whether it costs more or less. That's the risk that's been transferred over to them as part of the part of the contract. kind of prior to signing this, the entire risk of kind of price escalation, which we undoubtedly faced from when the business plan was approved kind of pre-COVID till now, was sitting with the province and with Northern Health, and we've now transferred that over.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Setnick. Any other questions? No, I didn't have much because I've been around this a little bit, but just wanted to thank you for coming in, and felt it was great to come in and show the team here all the everything that's going on, and it's exciting. So looking forward to it. And thanks again for taking the time and also sharing. I know it's been shared with me a couple of times, but how good the staff have been with the city to deal with. So it's nice to hear the good things in today's world too. So thank you for that. So yeah, that's it. Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Is it tomorrow at 4?
Or
Is it
good work,
Kendra. Tomorrow at 4:30, isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
Another milestone event.
Yeah,
We've got
exactly.
lots going on.
Oh, we
Bye, Kendra.
forgot to throw Kendra up there and put her on the spot.
What?
She's hiding.
Yeah, said I forgot to throw Kendra up there and put you on the
That's
spot.
right. I can tell you we have staff, just so you know.
Yeah.
There'll be enough staff to open up a new hospital. Just in case it's not on Facebook.
We don't read Facebook.
Yeah. Thanks, Kendra. Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, Ashley. Thank you. All right, our next order of business is 16.4. We have Jennifer Dyson, I think, is she here? Joe? Chair, and Kim Grout, Chief Executive Officer of Agricultural Land Commission, in attendance regarding the Provincial Agricultural Land Commission. So welcome, Jennifer and Kim. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I can hear you. I see Chair Dyson is on the line. It seems like it still says she's connecting to audio.
Okay.
Not sure. I'll just give Chair Dyson. Here she comes. You're on mute, Jennifer.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Welcome, Jennifer and Kim.
Technology.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us. This is fantastic. So we're going to kick into a bit of a presentation, and then we want to leave, some room for some questions. How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
if I could just have permission to share my screen.
Yeah, for sure. And then I just let you know too, there's myself and 5 of the councillors are here. Councillor Parslow just stepped away for a little bit, but he'll be coming back in a bit. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And once we start the presentation, I'll just take my camera off because we live in a rural area, and believe me, my line is pretty sketchy.
Yeah.
So first of all, I farm and reside in the home of the unceded territory of the Hibachiset and Sishat, and in the beautiful but very dry Alberni Valley. It's a big concern. We've got a little bit of an issue of potentially some thunderstorms today, which I hope does not bring anything at all. So I'm going to go off video and then we'll begin. We'll go to the next slide. So you all know about the ALR, but it's been around for 50 years and it's pretty hard to believe. And it really kind of started with this intensive and unrelenting pressure for development on agricultural lands. Certainly the Lower Mainland, Vancouver Island, and Okanagan were the big catalyst at the time. But it resulted in a provincial zone that protects land for agriculture, or the ALR. And it was a pretty bold and fundamental change in thinking that placed a greater value on the preservation of land for agriculture for society rather than the typical market-driven values or individuals. As small as our land base is, this has resulted in billions in revenue every year from the agriculture industry that exists here. So as I mentioned, we're 50 years old, and the Land Commission Act, it was enacted on April 18th, 1973, and it is arguably one of the most important pieces of law passed in British Columbia that again, it was more around society as opposed to individual market-driven factors. The Act also had broader impacts, and it played a role in sustaining the economic and social benefits that have accrued from agriculture over time. So we'll just go to the next slide. We'll give you a little bit of an idea. So those little green patches are obviously the ALR, and 4.9%, or we always round it off to that 5%, is the ALR. Out of that, and it's a really weird thing, this layer that kind of went around the province. For example, I think half of all of the ALR within the province are 10 acres and less, which is pretty extraordinary. It's a very finite resource, and I think as we go to the next slide, it'll give you a little bit clearer picture. 54% of that 5% is Crown, and the rest of it is 46% is private ownership. So we really have a tremendous amount of variability within the province. I think it's over 3/4 of our province is above that 1,000-meter mark, and as you can see on this slide, that 2.7% of the land in the ALR is suitable for that wide range of crops, and that 1.1 is only the prime. And we've got a lot of land within this province that has different class structures, and of course it accompanies also climate and all those other variabilities. And so I'm just gonna run sort of through the next slide, which is the North region. And I mean, obviously there is the North is vast, and we've got we had some real fundamental changes in terms of our legislation, and I'll talk about that a little later on. But I really wanted to indicate that for many years, many of our commissioners were centered in one region. A lot of it was Peace River Regional District, but we've got a real range, and we'll introduce those a little bit later. But if you look at that, 48% of all of BC's ALR is in that North region, and keeping in mind that those percentages, it kind of runs in line with the percentages in the North as well. That 51% is private and 49% is Crown. So go to the next slide. You've also got a lot of differences in the North, and we're seeing those impacts all over. And both Kim and I were involved. I was chairing the revitalization committee at the time when we were looking at revitalization of the agricultural land reserve and the commission. And one of the fundamental things that came out over and over again around the North was balance. That we needed to find a way that we balance the oil and gas activity, and we wanted to make it very clear that it wasn't an against oil and gas, because we recognize very clearly that economic engine that is very much a part of the North, but the balance has been somehow skewed a little bit, and I know the Peace River Regional District has been very involved. But we had some recommendations within our final report for revitalization. And what it did do is it called for a deputy minister level task force that looked at some internal and external agriculture partners, so obviously local government, as well as producers, to represent the concerns expressed in the Northeast, and some of which included a strategy to address the significant resource extraction issues impacting the ALR and its farmers. And we've got a whole list of things. There was a huge aspect of the review that we really have not addressed properly. There's some real concerns. We've got, for example, some farmers and ranchers in the area, if you've got around 1,600 acres within this particular region, that 6/4 of that land would be severely impacted by oil and gas activity. We've got a farmer that talks about his first pipeline that was built on his land in 2007, and the last ones were built in 2017, and that includes 13 pipeline right-of-ways, 1 suspended well, 2 orphan wells, 1 riser, and an unused meter station. So again, you know, we're seeing tremendous pressure for balance. And, you know, I'm certainly aware that Dawson Creek was involved in Peace River committees that talked about noise and light and blaring and a whole host of other issues. And I don't really believe that we've effectively, from a commission point of view, been able to deal with it. And there's still a lot of unanswered questions on that. So I'm going to go to the next slide, and it'll come in a minute. But so I want to just make it clear that the ALC is the body that governs the ALR, and we carry out the mandate of the Act, and we administer the Act and its regulations. We preserve around the aspects of the agricultural land reserve. We have a very permissive regulation in that it says all the things you can do. So applications that come to the Commission are really about things that are not part of a farming or you know, part of an overall use. We've got a lot of panels within the region, and as I've alluded to, the North panel deals with all of the northern applications. The decisions are made in the North by these northern communities, and very active. I think one of the things around COVID was that really did restrict a lot of getting out, but the North panel is always active these times of year. But we also, you know, make sure that we also have panel members that are all active farmers within the area. And I'm going to go to the next slide and introduce our our panel members. So we've got one in the Fraser Fort George, which is Andrew, who's got 2 young children and has a greenhouse in the middle of, I think, 150 miles west of Prince George. The Ardale Ranch, which we have Karen McKean, who sits on the commission in the Peace River Regional District, and Janice Tapp, which is in the Bulkley-Nechako area. I've been talking to a lot of them within, you know, the Karen and Janice, who have both been inundated, of course, with smoke and a whole host of issues. But I really want to be clear that all the decisions are made in the North by these northern panels. We also have, and going back to the panel structure, a soil and fill panel as well that deals just with soil and fill or extraction, and we try to have a great representation from around the province. So I'm gonna hand this over to Kim, and she's gonna start to just give you a little bit of an idea of local governments and how we work this process. So Kim.
Thanks, Jennifer. Local governments are extremely important in the administration of our legislation. The way the legislative structure is set out, the ALC is not the only agency involved in the administration of our Act. Local governments and provincial agencies have a hand in implementing this legislation, the way it's structured. And your bylaws have concurrent force and effect in the ALR, provided they're consistent. This is a piece of legislation that talks about the need for consistency. If you have a bylaw that contemplates something, for example, that might not be permitted in the ALR, that particular section has no force and effect. But you are land use regulators. That's the role you play in the ALR, and it's extremely valuable. From our perspective, you're oftentimes the first contact when people are making inquiries about, you know, what they can and can't do in the ALR. If you think about the legislative framework as set out in the statute, this is essentially the vision. You have the ALC Act and regs, and underneath that are regional growth strategies and official community plans, which are required under the Local Government Act to be reviewed and commented on by the ministry or the ALC, not the ministry, to ensure consistency with the legislation. And then zoning bylaws that, of course, set out what you can do today with respect to the use of that land. And consistency is really important because, as I said, the first place people look oftentimes is zoning or what they're permitted at the local level. And it's when we have those inconsistencies that we start to deal with people and their confusion. Because we know in reality, the framework that's out there is a little bit like this. We have some consistency and we have some inconsistency, because oftentimes there are challenges and zoning processes are complex, and oftentimes there might not even be zoning. And it's hard to use a piece of statute at the provincial level to dictate and control land use, but that is the framework that we have. Local governments really are partners, as I've said. You have a role in regulating through land use, building permits, rezonings. You're the first step in the application process. An application cannot come to the commission with very limited circumstances unless it has been vetted by the elected officials of a local government and endorsed to come forward. And we oftentimes need your assistance with compliance and enforcement, which I'll talk about in a little bit. If we just zoom in and look at a real simplified flow chart of the application process, I often hear the consideration of applications at the local government table being mentioned or referred to as a referral from the ALC. We actually just host the portal. We don't see an application when it's submitted through the portal. The very first place it goes is to the local government table to be decided. And local governments, when they receive it, have varying processes, some of which involve agriculture advisory committees or Ministry of Ag referrals. You might have a public information meeting or a public hearing if an exclusion is required. But a local government needs to pass a resolution in order for that application to then proceed to the commission. And local governments also don't need to endorse an application to come forward to the commission. Local governments have that authority if the community and your bylaws don't necessarily support what's being requested. Once that endorsement is received at your table, your staff work to upload the application material along with that endorsement to the commission, and then our part of the process starts, which varies sometimes depending on if a site visit's needed or an applicant meeting to clarify application information, which ultimately culminates in a written decision. As we're a tribunal, we have to write well-reasoned written decisions that stand up in court, that take a look at what the law is that's being considered, the body of evidence that's provided, and what that body of evidence determines in light of the overriding legislation, which is the ALC Act. The board doesn't work, for example, like a council might, with a staff report and a resolution and a voting. Our commissioners are the drafters of these decisions, and draft them collaboratively and issue that decision in writing, just like any other tribunal, human rights tribunal or otherwise. And why do we get applications? The chair alluded to it. Our legislation is permissive. It tells you what you can do in the ALR, and if something you desire to do isn't expressly permitted, that means you need an application, either because something you want to do is not outright referenced, or you would like to exceed a threshold or something that is permitted in the legislation, but not to the extent you wish to do it. That's what generates an application to the commission. And there are all kinds of uses that are permitted in the ALR, both non-farm and farm use. This is just an example of a few of them. This is by no means exhaustive. And it's the provincial government, the Ministry of Agriculture, that's the one responsible for drafting and developing our legislation. The commission doesn't hold the pen. Our authority is limited to just administering what government adopts. And I know in the last few years, we've gone through quite a process of legislative change, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But if we want to just take a quick look at volume in terms of the commission's workload, we receive between about 350 and 400 applications every year. This past fiscal, we happen to receive 364. And on average, about 15% of those applications, well, 15 to 20% of those applications come from the North region, as highlighted in the slide, or the stats from last year. It's a big region. You know, it is a big part of the work we do, but you can see that those areas where we have high population centers like South Coast and Okanagan, we do receive more applications from those two regions consistently year over year. And the other part of the work that we do is we do have a compliance and enforcement division. I have 6 officers for the entire province. This is not very many, as you can imagine. In some local government I've worked in, I've had more bylaw enforcement officers in that one community. So we are complaint driven, given in limited resources. People can go online, both agencies and individuals, and submit a complaint. Anything that comes from a local government or another agency, we call a referral. So on the slide, you'll see 37% of what we receive does come from another agency, but the bulk of what we receive comes from the public. And you can do this on the website. And if we take a look at the breakdown of what we receive, on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see by type. Number 1 complaint in the ALR, and has been for more than a decade, I would suggest, is illegal unauthorized fill placement. You can see last year it was sitting at 42% of all case files we receive, followed by, unauthorized, unpermitted commercial or industrial activity in the ALR. And year over year, the majority of our complaints, over 50% of them, come from the South Coast, as you can see on the right-hand side. Higher population centers, smaller ALR land base. South Coast, only 3% of the entire region is in the ALR. One of the biggest, highest population centers generates the largest volume of complaints. And I just wanted to touch briefly so that we hopefully have some time for questions. I know you have a hard stop at 2 with another meeting. It's just some of the changes which might prompt opportunities for questions. The residential flexibility changes that were introduced that in December 2021 allowed for a small accessory residential unit, depending on your parcel size in the ALR. Under 40 and under, you could have 90 square meters. Larger than 40 hectare parcel, you can have 186. What we really see is a desire in some cases for people to have slightly more than what is permitted outright in our legislation. And the Commission really doesn't have a power to vary, which my observation of some of the reports we're getting, it is, well, I can appreciate it, it's frustrating. The legislation says that if a residence is larger than 90 or larger than 186, the Commission must determine that it's necessary for farm use. The Commission doesn't really have a power to vary like contemplated in the Local Government Act. So, if you're talking with people, these are hard numbers, they're set out as law, and the Commission really has to put its mind to the level of farming activity that might be present in order to provide someone with 92 square meters or 95 square meters. And I really think that's important to flag when you're talking with people. And as I've alluded to, fill. What we were seeing prior to the change in regulation, maybe not to this extent, but this is an example of fill that was reportedly being placed for farming. It was actively farmed adjacent to it, and in this case, you're looking at a 10-meter high area of fill, reportedly for agriculture. And our legislation said that fill was anything that was brought onto the property and that development for farming purposes was permitted. And so you saw lots of material coming into the ALR that was very difficult to enforce. The legislation has really narrowed down the opportunities you have to place any material in the ALR without authorization from the Commission. You can place some material for a principal residence. There's no prescription or permission for an additional residence. And for a farm structure, no permissions for farm road construction or driveways. And so that's really driven up the level of work at the Commission. These are the sort of 9 or 8 activities related to placement of material that are permitted, plus the one small permission for aggregate extraction of 500 cubic meters on your farm, provided you remediate it for agriculture that's permitted. And now what we see are a lot more touch points with respect to the ALC and what's happening on the land. And just to flag for you, vertical farming was recently clarified in the legislation in 2022 as being something that was permitted because there were so many questions about tilt-up wholly enclosed buildings and their permissions in the ALR. The legislation did introduce some clarity and also has given authority to local governments, if you wish to do so, to restrict and prohibit farming in this kind of environment, should you wish to do so for soil preservation or other purposes. which makes it a little bit unique in terms of the types of permissions that we normally see in our legislation. And I'll turn it back over to you, Chair, if there's any questions.
I think one of the things I want to, and I certainly have a lot of friends and that farm in the north as well, and it's always a, maybe a confusion around the houses. There's many sections that, as I alluded to, a 1,600 acre farm will often have several sections, and the housing thing. I have friends that have farms that have 4 and 5 houses on there where you've got multi-generation and so on. So the commission is certainly not opposed to those kinds of things. And I think that's the beauty of having commissioners that understand agriculture and certainly the region. So that was probably one little thing I just want to make sure clarified. But I want to hand it back to you and see if there are any questions to ask us.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you both, Jennifer and Kim, for the presentation. And yeah, I've heard it now a few times because I heard it through the regional district. So starting to get more familiar with it now and getting used to getting to know you both more. So I will pass it over to council to see if there's any questions. It doesn't look like there is. And I mean, part of that might be too that the city of Dawson Creek doesn't have much ALR land, but, Councillor Earl did have a question here, so I will pass it over.
So I do have a question, and it's just, that's a lot of information, and I appreciate you guys coming to speak with us today. It's always good to get a review and refresher because it's kind of a big organization around these parts that we hear a lot from, especially our neighbors out in the rural community. So we, as the mayor mentioned, we do have a bit of ALR land in the city. Is that land for all intents, I mean, with respect to what we do in a municipality, we build residential properties, we build parks, and we build, we enable the building of commercial and light industrial. Is that land, for all intents and purposes, sterilized for any use other than agriculture? Or is there a process for a municipal government to have that land taken out of the ALR for development at some point in the not too distant future?
It is definitely a process. So it's not just a fait accompli. We need to we've got some great regional land use planners that will work with your staff and to talk and guide you through this process. As well as the northern commissioners would be involved in ultimately a site visit and a decision. So yeah, it's a process, and we can help guide the staff through that.
And just out of curiosity, and I don't expect you to have the history at hand, but if you do, that'd be great. What is the rationale, I guess, for declaring land within municipal boundaries, ALR land? Because we're not. Yeah,
let me just explain how it was done, and that was done a long time ago. But basically, it was a class of soil that was done. As a matter of fact, Dawson Creek has got some of the best soils, and there was a huge residential development that was done. And I'm going to probably say 10, 15 years ago, that had some of the best soils in the north. And deep soils in that sense. So it was essentially a layer that was put on at the time. And so we definitely look at things within local governments. We're also very cognizant of food security, and people are looking for all kinds of different issues. So, but this is probably a longer conversation than what's left in a minute and a half, but we could certainly have that conversation.
You got 3 minutes.
And I can say that 10% of the ALR that's fee simple is in municipal jurisdictions.
Yeah.
It's more common in the north for you to see more of the ALR in the regional districts, but down in the south coast, it's all within municipalities. Okay. They have the rural and the urban environment. So you see it in both, and it wasn't boundaries or ownership or jurisdiction that determined the designation. As the chair said, it was merely soil and ag capability. Okay. And that's why half of it is federal, or crown. everyone was sort of captured in the net of simply focusing on biophysical characteristics.
Okay. Yeah, because I know obviously it would make sense maybe for a municipal district like Tumbler Ridge or Chetwynd and stuff with a big land, but for ourselves in Fort St. John that are kind of municipalities proper, we tend not to do much in the way of farming within city limits. So,
well, my community is 86% ALR, and we're a city.
Actually, Fort St. John asked us to put land back in the ALR, so it isn't. It's just there's a whole host of discussions that can happen, but yeah, we can talk.
Very interesting. Okay, well, thank you, Varian.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No, I don't think there's any more. So I just wanted to thank you again, Jennifer and Kim, for coming to speak to us and educate and share the information. So it's much appreciated, and thank you again. So
we're always here, and hopefully we'll see you at
UBCM too.
Yeah, sounds wonderful. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bet. Take care. Bye.
Bye. I'm just gonna recess for 5. We have council with committee of the whole to order for Monday, July 17th. Our next order of business is 16.5. We have it's Katrine Saxty, community planner, Kelsey Timerin, and community planner, and John Dumbrell, senior consultant, urban systems and attendance regarding development cost charges. So I apologize for the name pronunciations. I'm getting a little tired of my day, so you can tell, but welcome. And I know we have a few here from Zoom as well, so welcome. Just push that and I will turn you on now. There you go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having us. Kelsey has full control over the slides, so I have no power at all, which is lovely. Just wanted to take a quick moment to introduce ourselves a little bit more. You guys, I think, all know me. I'm just Katrine Saxty from up the road up in Fort St. John, and we've been working with your city staff on reviewing the development cost charges that you guys have in place. And with me is Kelsey, who used to live up here and has relocated to Victoria, and John Dumbrell, who has also done a lot of work in the region. Do either of you want to add anything further? Okay, so just for our agenda for today, we're just going to do a little bit of an overview about DCCs. We're going to actually go into a little bit of a 101 on what development cost charges are, and some of this would have been already shared with you in a project background overview document that I believe was sent out in advance of this meeting. We'll talk a little bit about the development cost charges, the process that we've been going through with city staff for the last year and a half, almost 2 years actually, in terms of going through what you currently have in place, looking at future projects that would make sense to incorporate in development costs, updated development cost charges. We'll go through the proposed rates that we've landed on. We'll talk about some other considerations, and we'll just outline the next steps in the process. All right, so our project overview. So again, this project was funded through a grant application that we wrote in collaboration with city staff for, it was funded by UBCM. And initially the work was supposed to be done by actually July of this year. We did get an extension. Bill worked his magic. So we have until March 2024 to get this work across the finish line. And so there was 2 things that were funded. One was an update to water and sanitary sewer DCCs. And so this was to ensure that funds are really in place to build additional capacity to accommodate future growth, because development cost charges are put in place so that the city can grow, and they are typically paid for by the developer. The second piece too is to review and give some consideration for potential other DCCs. There's a whole suite of DCCs available, and these are all intended to fund future growth. So the other ones that we will be looking at a high level is transportation, stormwater management, and also parks. And so today we're really focusing just on the water and sewer, because that is the lion's share of the work that we have done to date. And so, like I said, the purpose of today really is to provide council with that update on the DCC update, to present the draft rates, and also to talk with you about a municipal assist factor, which is really, it helps reduce the rate. It is the city's contribution, if you will, to the DCC charge that is levied. Rates can vary. They vary by municipality. They vary by how much the municipality basically wants to assist in facilitating growth. And many communities start with a higher assist factor and then reduce it over time. That's a pretty common thing, but we'll get more into that a little bit later in today's presentation. So with that, I am going to flip it over to Kelsey.
Thank you. So I'll just be speaking to the current status of the development cost charges in Dawson Creek today. So the city currently charges for water and sanitary sewer. The city's water DCC was adopted in 2012, and the sanitary sewer DCC charges were adopted in 2015. So this work that we've been working on the past year and a half or 2 years or so, this will be considered a major update to the DCC bylaw. As the current DCC charges are outdated and do not reflect growth projections, the city's capital program, inflation, cost of construction and materials, and upcoming infrastructure needs. So this update is very timely with the realities of our current economy and, like we mentioned here, like cost of construction and materials. So we look forward to presenting these updates. I will pass it over to John.
Great. Thanks. Mayor Dober, members of the council, thanks so much for the opportunity to join you this afternoon. And so I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes here on, I guess, an overview of what development cost charges are all about. So really, as Katrin mentioned earlier, they are here to help communities to support offsite capital projects that are required to support growth. A really important distinction there is we're thinking here about capital projects. So as opposed to operating costs for any of the city's infrastructure, here we're thinking about capital. Totally based on the principle that infrastructure costs to be paid for those who use and benefit from that infrastructure. And so as we'll see in a couple of moments, in some cases, and those are new developments happening within the community, be they commercial, residential, industrial, or other. And then, and in some cases, that same project will also benefit existing taxpayers and ratepayers within the city. And we'll talk more about that distinction in a few moments. Very much regulated by the province, the Local Government Act, since, well, really about the late 1970s when it was still a municipal act, has provided the legislative guidance for what development cost charges are all about. And then also the province has prepared something called the DCC Best Practices Guide, which is fully embedded in this update for the city of Dawson Creek. And then finally, best practices are to review these development cost charges with minor updates every couple of years, and then a more major update program every 3 to 5 years. And so it's very timely then that the city be looking at the update, as Katrin mentioned, water back in 2012 and sanitary sewer in 2015. So timing is good to do an update. Over to the next slide, please. Yeah, just a couple of notes here on the philosophy. Certainly fostering fairness, this notion that growth pays for growth for any of the major capital infrastructure projects. Ensuring consistency, that all new growth is treated in the same way. One single family residence pays the same as another single family residence. New commercial area being developed, the square footage there similar to another. So we get consistency across the board in terms of charges. Really provides a lot of certainty for the development community. Back prior to the development cost charges being available to local governments in BC, there was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot of negotiation really that happened in terms of how new development would contribute toward the capital costs of these projects. So here now we see much more certainty, which is very much appreciated by the development community. Provides transparency in terms of how the costs are calculated that are passed on to new development, and then also how they're levied as well. Minimize financial risk to the city. Again, a really important principle here in that were the city to take on all of the major infrastructure costs for new development, there would be a considerable cost then to the city and to current tax and ratepayers. And so here, development cost charges really help to minimize that risk. And then finally, ensuring timely processing of development applications. The charges are clear when a developer walks in the door for a single family residence or a new industrial or commercial development. They know right then what the charges are going to be. Okay, moving on then for a moment into what projects are eligible for development cost charges, and importantly, over on the right-hand column here, which things are not. So I'll run down the what development cost charges do pay for, starting off with our mentioned capital costs a few moments ago. And then Katrin did run through the list of services, sanitary sewer, water, Potentially drainage, transportation, roads projects, and parks as well are eligible for development cost charges. Those are specified within the Local Government Act. And so we won't see on the list here things such as a new police station or a new fire hall or a new recreation building, for example. Those are not eligible for development cost charges. Okay, so the DCC is paid for the capital costs of those kinds of projects. They can include the planning for the project, its design work, and then the cost of construction. And as I mentioned a moment ago, parkland, both acquiring land as well as certain improvements on that land are eligible for development cost charges. What things are not, newer upgraded works to serve the existing population. If there is a current challenge providing sanitary sewer or water or drainage facilities to the existing residents of the community, those are not things that development cost charges are levied for. Operations and maintenance not eligible, off-street parking facilities, and then other capital projects might be required to serve new development. Again, I've already mentioned libraries, recreation facilities, and so on. Okay, over to who actually pays development cost charges. So here we see sort of two main categories. The first are single-family residences, and those are charged at the time of subdivision application. When land is proposed for subdivision, each of the lots, we know that one single-family residence will go on that lot, and so it makes sense to charge that at the time of subdivision. For other kinds of development, multifamily residential, commercial, industrial, as well as institutional, think schools and so that sort of thing, we won't really know until the time of building permit the extent of development that's going to happen on the land. How many units are going to be in the multifamily residence? How many square feet of commercial are going to be developed? And so therefore, those development cost charges for things other than single family residences are paid at the time of building permit. Okay, and then just moving over to the calculation of DCCs, just a real graphic illustration here, and we'll get into some of the more mechanics of this in a few moments. But the first step is to estimate the amount of growth that's coming into the community. That comes from both population growth projections as well as looking at the city's building permit records to give us a historic sense, which can then help in carrying forward for what the future may look like. Determining the offsite capital costs and timing of new projects that are required. Here again, working very closely with staff over the course of the last year to identify those water and sewer projects that are required. And those are supported by master plans and other high-level plans that the city has undertaken. So then we have our growth that's projected, the capital projects required to support that growth. Then we take away from that something called a benefit factor. And this notion here is back to this idea that if one capital project, an upgrade to the water system or the wastewater system, is benefiting both existing residents of the community as well as new development, then the cost of it are apportioned. Just as an illustration there, we have 50-50, it could be 60-40, it could be 75-25. And we've been through that exercise with city staff to apportion the capital costs according to who benefits. Then from that, the municipal assist factor that Katrin mentioned earlier is taken into consideration. Council has full discretion on that. I'll come back to that in a few moments. And then that results in the development cost charges that are calculated. Okay, so with that, then I'm going to turn that back, please, to Kelsey.
Yes, thanks, John. So I'll be looking at the program development for the city's DCC program. So for the DCC update, as John mentioned, there are those various technical inputs that go into the program to develop new rates. So just looking at growth projections here, we worked closely with staff to build out these projections. So this includes determining the growth projections based on a 15-year time horizon. So that was applied to this update. And current growth calculations follow best practices that are identified in the DCC Best Practices Manual. As John mentioned, we looked at census data, building permit data, and developed that into what we call a DCC financial model. So once growth projections were developed, we did move into identifying the projects and formulating the project lists and costs. So based on staff input, we reviewed the current program background report that identified projects back when the DCC bylaw was adopted. So we went through that program and checked off which projects were completed. And from there, we had conversations with staff and reviewed master planning documents to determine the project list. And so I just want to note that DCCs can only be applied to new development within municipal boundaries. And so acknowledging that Pouce does purchase water from the city of Dawson Creek, cost estimates were developed to exclude users outside of the city boundaries. So that is applied to the village of Pouce users as well as bulk water purchases. Lastly, we also determined the project benefit allocations. So this included determining the relative benefit for each project to the existing community, as well as to new development and the proportion of capital costs attributed to the new versus existing development. So that is typically identified through a percentage. And so we'll see in this program, benefit allocations range anywhere from 20% to 100, just depending on what projects benefit new development versus existing. Oh, sorry. So then the last input that John mentioned was the municipal assist factor. So the Local Government Act does require that a local government must assist to development for DCCs, and this amount is to be set by council and can range anywhere from 1% to 99%. And assist factors can be different for each category of infrastructure, but not different for each land use category. So as you see in the current DCC bylaw for Dawson Creek, there is a 10% municipal assist factor applied to both water and sewer. And this assist is to be funded from the municipality through non-DCC revenue, such as through municipal taxes. And so we have applied the same 10% municipal assist factor to this update as it was applied in the current program. So looking at the big picture, this table here on the screen identifies the total DCC program costs. So it looks at the DCC recoverable amounts that will be collected to help pay for projects and the amount that the municipality will be responsible to cover. So you'll see out of the $26.8 million in project costs, developers would be required to pay 34% or $9.1 million through DCC collection. And that leaves the city to pay for 66% of the costs, or $17.7 million. So the municipal responsibility in that last column is determined based on the municipal assist factor, which I just covered there in the previous slide, and it is the percentage in which the municipality will assist development. So this rate does look at a 10% municipal assist factor. So with that intro on the program development, I'm going to cover the proposed rates, but before I get into that, I do want to discuss your current rates.
Sorry, just to interrupt, Councillor, the one that you just went over, is that like projected 26.8 million in, or is that current? Sorry.
Oh, that is for the proposed program, so that is not current.
Okay, so the $26.8 million in infrastructure costs, that's for like the next year it's proposed, or like next 15? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Katrin.
Thank you.
Okay, so just looking at your current rates, as we mentioned, the water rates were developed in 2013 and the sewer rates were developed in 2015. So back in 2015, Urban supported the city with the sewer update, and Kerwood Lytle supported the city with the water program. So that you'll see across all land uses, the existing water DCC rates are higher than sewer. So the rates for single detached dwelling falls at just over $6,000 per dwelling or per lot, and then $3,600 for water and around $2,500 for sewer. You'll see that the water DCC rates currently across industrial, commercial, and institutional all fall at $23.43 per square meter of gross floor area. And sewer DCC rates for ICI range from $7.51 to $10.86 per square meter. So this is just your current program. We just wanted to lay this out before we propose the proposed rates. So now we're looking at the draft rates over this 15-year timeline that we have developed this program. So you'll see that compared to the current program, the proposed water rates have decreased. So the last slide I identified current water rates were just over $3,600 for single detached dwellings, and the proposed water rate here is just over $2,500. So across all land uses, water DCC rates have decreased based on this proposed rate. This is because over the last 10 years, the city have completed significant capital projects since the last program was developed. That being said, the proposed sewer DCC rates have gone up. So the previous slide showed the current sewer rates at $2,500 for single detached dwellings. And as seen on this slide, the proposed rates fall at just over $3,900. And so when looking at the total rates, there's about a $366 increase proposed for single detached dwellings and duplex residential, a $244 increase for townhomes and manufactured homes, a $233 increase for apartments, and overall a decrease in the ICI by around $10 per square meter of gross floor area. And so this is primarily due to the current water DCC program that does not follow best practices in allocating water costs around land uses, and we have corrected that in this update.
So sorry, Kelsey, I just want to make sure it's explicitly clear for council that when you see the increase of 366 and all, that's not to every home in the city. That is to new lots coming online. So if somebody comes in, wants to subdivide 20 lots, those are the fees that are going to be collected at the time of subdivision. I just want to make clear that nobody was under the misunderstanding that this is somehow an additional tax to every residential property in town, or it's at the time of subdivision or building permit of new development.
So just for new construction?
Yeah.
So if somebody buys a lot from the city, and builds a new home, does this qualify?
Well, it depends on whether that DCC has ever been collected before.
Oh, okay.
It can only be collected once. So if it was not collected at the time of subdivision originally, then yes, at the time of building permit, it would be collected.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Parslow has a question too. He did say earlier, though, he wasn't going to ask any more questions today, so.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
I must have been feeling sick or something.
Yeah.
So was your mandate just to focus on water and sewer? Because in a future slide in this presentation, it's clear that other municipalities have these development cost charges for drainage, roads and stuff. So were you asked to ignore that, or what's the straw here?
So really from that perspective, it really comes down to the fact that your current water DCC is 11 years old and your sewage one is 8 years old. They should be reviewed, minor updates kind of every 1 to 3 and major every 5, so that definitely needs to be done. And it really is a matter of building a program out over time. In a lot of these other communities, they've probably had DCCs much longer than the city of Dawson Creek has. And so in most communities when we see them, and John, please correct me if I'm wrong, but they tend to be built up. So you're not going to suddenly, because if this is just water and sewer, and then you factor in the other services, it can be quite a significant amount. And so typically they are, like I said, they're graduated programs that come in over many years to accommodate that. And so our focus was water and sewer.
Is the time right now for considering other DCCs?
Well, and some of it comes down to the fact that the city has a very strong capital program with respect to water and sewer. You've just recently completed a parks plan, for example, which outlines kind of next steps. So it is, the exercise is really sitting down and mapping out what are those capital programs or capital improvements that are truly attributed to growth. And so that's something that we'll be having some more conversations with the city about. And at this point, I think the goal really here was to, again, focus on water and sewer because they desperately needed to be revisited and see what might it look like should the city consider parks, roads, and storm drainage.
Yeah, so through your worship, that's exactly what I wanted to resonate on it. They were not told to ignore stormwater because I know that's a passion of Councillor Parslow's. But what my message was during this process was look, we need to update this. We've got a brand new council. Let's get it in front of them and let's just see what the appetite is. I didn't want to go through a bunch of work only to find out that this particular council had zero interest in additional DCCs. We knew we had to do these, so let's do that we can have the discussion, we can get a sense of whether there is an appetite to do more, because again, you have to understand when you look at that, it's $6,500 for a residential property. We start adding in stormwater, transportation, parks. You know, what are you at now? Maybe you're $12,000, maybe you're $15,000. I don't know until you do the work. The folks on that side of the room are the ones that are going to hear it from the land developers saying, well, geez, you know, these prices, this is crazy. So we start here and we go through the process and see how council feels about it before we go farther.
So this is basically like an infrastructure fee, kind of like that they're paying to come on board to the
It's to deal with growth-related pressures. So with the whole premise that the development that's coming online is placing a demand on a water treatment plant or a sewer treatment plant or whatever. And so if you don't start to collect money for it, you will get incrementalized to death to the point where all of a sudden the city has a huge bill they now need to pay. And so the idea is to try and get it along the way, at least a portion of it.
And do these funds, once they come in, do they sit in a
designated
account?
fund?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry for the break on your presentation.
No worries. Just on that note, so when developing a DCC program, it is helpful to see what other communities are charging for comparison. So this graphic here on the screen was developed to showcase DCC rates across low-density residential and comparable communities, such as the city of Fort St. John, the city of Terrace, and the Peace River Regional District, the Charlie Lake DCC rates. So you'll see that sewer rates are identified in blue across communities, and they range from $3,900 to $8,500, whereas the water rates identified in green range between $1,200 and $3,000. So the proposed sewer rates for Dawson Creek sit slightly lower than the city of Terrace right now and higher than the city of Fort St. John, whereas water rates fall slightly lower than the city of Fort St. John and higher than Terrace. So we just wanted to provide this visual to show where these updated rates sit across communities and show that image for you. With that being said, I'll pass it over to John for other considerations.
Great, thanks, Kelsey. So yeah, just a few things, again, with all of which are governed by the Local Government Act, and these come in terms of implementation of the Development Cost Charge Program. Just a few things for Council's consideration here. So first, something called in-stream protection. So should Council choose to move forward with adopting new rates, and let's imagine for the moment that those become effective on January 1st, 2024, there's something called a grace period, essentially, so that any applications that come in for a 12-month period from January 1st, 2024 onward are protected from the new rates. Really, that applies to three different kinds of applications: subdivision applications, building permits, and also something called a precursor application, such as a rezoning or development permit, which comes in before building permits. So essentially, this protects new development from an increase of rates for a period of a year. On to the next slide, DCC exemptions. Again, these are all governed by the Local Government Act. And so these are like what we would call automatic exemptions. And so places of public worship, a building permit that comes in for a value of under $50,000, which council can choose to increase that value if desired. But something that comes in automatically for under $50,000 is automatically exempted from development cost charges. Very small residential units, think of like a single room occupancy of less than 29 square meters in size. And again, council can choose to increase that. And then fewer than 4 residential units, which is, it's actually a bit of an anomaly in the Local Government Act, where it states that anything less than 4 residential units that comes in for a building permit can't be charged development cost charges, unless council chooses to put into the development cost charge bylaw that less than 4 residential units should be charged. So we would strongly recommend that the city put in that proviso to be able to charge for less than 4 residential units. Really important where you have a lot which is being developed for a triplex or a duplex unit. So those are some exemption things. And then finally, development cost charge waivers and reductions. Here again, under the Local Government Act, council does have the opportunity to either waive which is to completely set aside or reduce the amount of development cost charges for something called eligible development. And there's 4 types listed on the bottom there under those bullets. Not-for-profit rental housing, including supportive living housing. That's the one that we most commonly see councils consider to say that if a developer is building not-for-profit rental housing, we will waive or reduce the development cost charges for that. And there's a number of definitions that come into play for what not-for-profit rental housing means to make sure that that's very clear. The other 3 types of potential waivers and reductions, we seldom see these. For-profit affordable rental housing, a small lot subdivision designed for low greenhouse gas emissions, or a development designed to result in low environmental impact. Very few, if any, municipalities or regional districts that we work with in the province have chosen to implement those last 3. An important consideration here for any local government, if choosing to waive or reduce the amount, is that the funds do need to come from somewhere. And so for the not-for-profit rental housing, again, is the example where many local governments have chosen to use that waiver or reduction. They use something like an affordable housing fund where they may have sold some land and the municipality sold some land and put it into an affordable housing fund as an example, and use that to pay the development cost charge amount, which has been waived. So those are the possibilities for council to consider in terms of waivers or reductions. And Katrin, with that, I think I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. I did have, Councillor Earl did have a question, so I was just gonna, or did you want to keep going?
Thank you. Yeah, so just really quickly wanted to outline our next steps, and then absolutely, please, let's open the floor up to discussion and questions. So really what we wanted to hopefully get from you guys today is a confirmation of the municipal assist factor. As was mentioned earlier on in the presentation, you currently do have a municipal assist factor of 10%. I believe it started at 20 and decreased till 10 over the years, and so we went with the 10% just from a consistency perspective. So if that is amenable to council, then we can certainly proceed with that. We do anticipate doing some public engagement, so a project webpage, some social media communication, just to let people know, right? Because they do need to know that this is potentially coming. And then we also would anticipate some stakeholder consultation, so with the local development community, perhaps the Chamber of Commerce. Again, it does impact them as we think about future development in the city of Dawson Creek. Our next steps after that would be really to move through the bylaw adoption process, so that does require ministry approval, and so the bylaw, once it is drafted, does get sent to the Inspector of Municipalities for their approval. As it is an update, we are hoping, and it's not a brand new bylaw, we are hoping that it would be more expedient approval than if it was a brand new, you've never had a development cost charge bylaw before. And then we will be, like I said earlier, would be working with city staff to explore that potential for roads, parks, and drainage DCC program. So those are our next steps really under this program. And that was really, in a nutshell, and it only took us 30 minutes, I'm shocked, to walk through the development cost charge work that we've been working on with your city staff. So with that, I'd love to open it up to questions or comments. John and Kelsey, yeah, we're all here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you all 3 for the presentation, and I'm sure there's some questions, so we will, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. So obviously, I always find the community comparison stuff fascinating, and given that it's all intended to be across low-density residential, we're trying to compare apples to apples. So other than the, I guess, let's phrase municipal MAF, what would be the kind of differences that would account for such a huge disparity in water and, I mean, materials are relatively the same. Cost of labor is usually comparable. So what kind of disparities? Is it just the MAF?
Between communities?
Yeah.
Yeah, so through your worship, every community is unique. They all have their unique challenges with water, sewer, infrastructure, and that's really what it boils down to is the lay of the land. Maybe one community's got less hills, so they need less pump stations. It's all unique to their situation and what they need to facilitate growth in their community. And so that's what really drives the costs, because one community might have a lot of vacant lands that is well served by water and won't need any additional offsites, where the next one, like we have on the south side of town, needs a water line upgrade for it to continue to grow. So those are kind of really the main differences.
And it's also too, because we have upgraded our water infrastructure, so that's why ours would be a little bit less. That comes in.
And that's why it's going down, is because we've completed some projects, so the water component is less this time around.
Yeah.
So, and then I guess with respect to the MAF piece, do we know what the comparables are for those similar communities, or is it, once again, one of those things where, I mean, every council decides, but I guess most pointedly with Fort St. John, you want to make sure that, you know, trying to strike that balance between competing but not racing to the bottom.
So we started with 20% in the first year of when we initiated DCCs, and then we went to 10% thereafter, and we've just held at 10%. Do you know what Fort St. John?
John does.
John does.
Your worship, through to Councillor Earl. Yeah, we were fortunate to be involved in the City of Fort St. John Development Cost Charge Update in 2015, I believe it was. At which point, the decision was to add actually stormwater, roads and parks as well, and started out with I believe it was 30% assist factors for each of those, and then those have gradually reduced down to 10%. So there was a phased-in assist factor for the new services that were brought on, in addition to the 10% assist factor for water and sanitary sewer, which had been long-standing development cost charges for the city.
Cool. Thank you.
I was just saying, you can leave your mic on. Yeah. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I turned myself off. Well, good for Fort St. John in 2015. Again, some forward thinking. Now, I just have a question. I think the answer is no. We have one subdivision in this community. It's primarily industrial, that is often referred to by the business people in that area as the forgotten subdivision. We could not, so it doesn't have, and these guys will correct me or amplify what I'm saying here, but it has minimal services, right? Such as there's no paved roads, it's open ditches, I believe, and so on. For development services, right, that is exclusively growth. It's not for filling in neglected areas, right? Okay. Too bad. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I guess that probably answers one of mine too, but if there is, so like on raw property that maybe didn't pay this, it can, but if implementing this, like if there's a development that's already been developed and it resells, it doesn't, and they've never paid, it doesn't. Okay, so it's just on new. And then I did have one just on the comparisons when the rates, how they were going up $366. The commercial, industrial, and institutional went down, but is there comparables for those from other municipalities? Because on the next slide it compared like single family residential duplex townhouses, but so I'm wondering on those, the commercial, industrial, and institutional, if they're in comparisons to our neighbors.
We can certainly get you comparisons. I don't know if Kelsey has them at her fingertips, but the other thing to keep in mind, and I think this is what Kevin was alluding to, right, is the comparisons really do vary because every municipality is unique. Every capital program that they're trying to implement is unique. So it'll give you some guidance, but I mean, we've seen DCC slides across communities where the spread is enormous just because of what they are trying to accomplish, the growth projections and that kind of thing. But if you are interested, we can certainly provide that through staff and get that to you.
Well, I think I was just interested to, see on those where we're at, because obviously we're comparing two different communities, just to have an understanding. But I also look at, City of Fort St. John and Terrace are substantially higher in all three, but their growth rate is probably higher too, right? So is it, because they're charging a fee that's higher, it doesn't seem to be slowing down their growth, right? So I'm just trying to think of it from all angles, so. Councillor Parslow?
Just a supplementary question. Would sidewalks be eligible in this, if the city was to have a development service charge for roads, could sidewalks, street lighting all be fit into that?
Yeah. John?
Your worship here to Councillor Parzo, absolutely. Yes. Trails, be they on-street or on-street trails like a sidewalk or off-street trails, are absolutely eligible for development cost charges. It's a little bit of a misnomer. In the Local Government Act, it talks about roads, but what it really means is transportation facilities. And so roads, sidewalks, the other facilities that come with sidewalks, and even certain transit facilities are eligible for DCCs under the roads program.
The caveat there, though, of course, is it's for new development and new growth. So when we think about some of the existing streets in Dawson Creek that don't have sidewalks, that, for example, would not be covered off under the DCC program, right?
Thank you.
Doesn't help us, right?
So we've been charging these for a while, right? Like, how many new development permits do we get annually on average?
So it's either going to be subdivision or building permit, right, is when we collect it. So what I can tell you is the last few years, especially through COVID and everything, pretty quiet. I do have some information on how much we've collected here in the last, I think, since 2016. Let me just find that for you. So, since 2016, and we've had them since prior to that, but sewer we've collected just shy of $800,000, and water we've collected 1.65 million.
That's in 7 years.
And like I said, the majority of that would have been collected, in those first couple of years, because that's when things were really busy. Obviously, it was quieter after 17, much more moderated, and then you went, COVID was pretty non-existent, so.
And then those funds sit in an account, sorry to ask so many questions,
Yeah.
trying to understand. So those funds sit in an account to handle any excess in infrastructure we need to handle more of that, or to pay for existing?
Very specific. So when you apply to the ministry for DCCs, for DCC bylaw, you have to list the projects. Yeah. And so you can only spend that money once approved on those projects. We can't use that money out of that very specific development cost reserve for just anything water. It has to be for those projects.
So you'll would have a future plan on where those are going to be.
Yep, yep, they account for all that.
As they come.
Yep,
and
you bet.
And it's just a one-time fee, right? Like
Yeah.
But if you're like, I buy a raw piece of property to build a home on, I would pay that one-time fee of $6,000.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor McDonald?
No, thank you, Worship. So I don't really have a question as much as I do just a comment. We've talked about how in the last 7 years we have not had people lining up at our door to develop in our community. And I know a $300 increase on a $6,000 cost is minimal, but this isn't helping us attract more development into our community by increasing these costs right now, right? In theory.
Well, through your worship, I mean, it's a philosophy, right? And so, as I say, there's no free lunch. Somebody's going to pay for these.
Right.
So if the person that's coming in to develop doesn't help pay for it, sooner or later, the people within this community are going to have to pay for it, because the demand will be there and it's going to require an upgrade. It's just council's deciding who's going to bear the cost. And so this philosophy has the developer paying, as Kelsey indicated early, really only 30% of the overall costs. The community is still bearing 2/3. Mm-hmm. It's just whether you want them to bear 2/3 or the whole. And so some will argue that having these programs actually facilitate development, because the developer comes in knowing what their costs are. Because the other alternative is someone could come in and we say, oh, geez, you need an offsite water line, and it's going to cost $2 million. You need to pay for it. Well, that kills development pretty quick too. So there is that balance to find it, and so that's part of the education to the development community, is understanding that yes, the $6,000 looks like a lot. The alternative is somebody's going to have to pay for that somewhere along the line. It's just, it may not be that $6,000 up front. And from the development community, they just pass that on to the purchaser.
Right.
And I hate to say it, but that's just the reality, right?
No, absolutely, right? I'm just thinking to myself, we've had these fees in for 7 years, right? We haven't seen mass growth, whether it's ICI or residential, in our community. Why?
Well, the economy as of basically December 2016, I mean, we had these in place prior to that, and trust me, nobody was concerned about it prior. But then at the December 2016, when everything stopped in its tracks, you know, it's been the economic factors far more than it's been this, I would dare say.
Fort St. John's still seeing growth, though. Terrace is still seeing growth.
Yeah, and they got higher fees than we do, so.
Yeah, I know, right? So I don't know if trying to match our fees to theirs is gonna help us create growth.
Well, and we're not trying to match.
No, I know we're not, right? I'm just commenting more about, is this the appropriate time, right? Or
So how you can adjust that is you can have a higher municipal assist factor. And what that does is reduce the fee to the developer.
The developer, yeah.
So right now we're at 10%. You can slide that scale.
No,
But then we have to
Councillor
budget. We have
Parslow
to budget
commented
for it.
about the foresight of Fort St. John in 2015 having theirs at 30 and then dropping it, right? You know, is that opportunity gone? Possibly, quite possibly, right? But again, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is why we're here talking about
Yeah.
this, because those are the decisions that council need to ponder and ultimately make.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I
Yep.
just had a comment,
Yep,
right?
for sure.
Well, thank you. Just so I can wrap my head around this a little bit too, and some clarification. So the 10% is paid by the municipality, and but then we cover 33% and 66%?
Well, so what, in that overall of the $26 million of projects identified, there's a community benefit to it as well, right? So you've got the 10% that you have to charge, you have to pay into the fund. That's required by, or the municipal assist factor is required by legislation. We've chosen 10%, so that's what gets put in
So
there.
everybody pays in that 10% of that 26 million? Just the
Well,
developer?
the municipality pays 10% of the DCCs that are charged. For every dollar that's charged in DCCs, the municipality pays 10%.
Oh, okay, so this 6,500, when that is getting paid, the municipality is paying 10% of that into that fund?
Exactly.
So $650?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anything. Councillor Parslow?
Well, as my colleague, Councillor McDonald, was openly reflecting, which I appreciated very much, I'll share some of my reflections openly. Is you talked about Terrace and Fort St. John and growth, and you're also talking about two communities who have a significantly stronger tax base than we do as well. And I think Terrace's growth is largely due to the LNG work, right? Yes, right, and spin-off from Kitimat and so on. So the question I have, going back to my trails or walkways, right? So we have some new subdivisions. And I'm just making this up, right? Supposing we have a notion. No, I've answered my question. My notion was, okay, we failed to do some things, and the project's still ongoing. But if we want to put a cycle path down from these new subdivisions through our part system. But we have no developer to charge that to, do we? So there's no way we can have a development service charge proactively on a project. I'm just thinking aloud, right? I would really like to see some improved pathways in our community. How can we pay for them? So we basically can't do a thing unless it's a new subdivision.
Thank you. I guess if there's no more questions, Kevin, like, does this, I know you're, you know, this was here in committee of the whole to try and get a direction of what the council is like. Do you need more clarification from us, or you?
So, I mean, the idea was to come kind of get in front of council, get commentary, which we've heard. Katrina's laid out the next step, which we'll work at, and then there'll be another check-in point for council, because we'll be coming back with a proposed bylaw with the updates. So that'll be the next time that you will see it. What we wanted from this was to make sure there was no showstoppers, that, you know, council didn't come and say, whoa, you know, like we've had a complete change of mindset. We don't want DCCs, or we want, you know, whatever. You know, we're not hearing that. We're hearing, you know, the comments and some concerns and some ideas. And so, you know, we'll take that with us moving forward and as we propose a bylaw and go that route.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
I guess one last thing where I'm curious is oftentimes the Local Government Act and the Community Charter limits our ability to assist businesses with respect to, you know, finances, public property, what have you, the disposition of public services. When it comes to commercial development and people who are, you know, essentially building things for a profit, this seems like a very specific carve-out to enable municipalities to do just that. Is it just, I guess, almost like a pressure release valve because they got to do something? So this is the legislated way we do it, or?
Yeah, so the law around assistance to business is, and I'm just going to speak very generally, is it's okay as long as you do it for everybody. So it's really a problem when you just pick one to do it with and assist just the singular business. So the municipal assist factor is really assisting everybody. So that's what makes it, you know, okay.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, my other concern is obviously you end up in an arms race with competing municipalities nearby to, okay, who can sweeten the pot the most, and then you end up, you know, not being over time not being able to cover your costs because. So yeah, that's always my concern with this stuff is yes, we obviously want to see and incentivize and enable development, but you don't want to give the farm away in doing so.
On those commercial ones, Kevin, the per square meter, is that of building or land?
Building.
Building?
Yeah.
So then I guess I'm just one question around that. Why lower it? Like if we've been charging a certain amount since 2015, why propose lowering it if that could put more? I mean, we're not getting a lot of commercial.
So through your worship, and I don't know if John can speak to that probably better than I can, about why, and I remember there were specific reasons why we adjusted those.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, through your worship, absolutely. In 2012, when the water development cost charge bylaw was put in place, it used a bit of a complex, I'll just call it a really complex formula, which did not fit with, well, there was no what we would call best practices guide in place at the time. And then with this update, we've moved to the provincial best practices approach in terms of measuring the impact of residential versus commercial versus industrial versus institutional water demands. And so because of moving to that new approach, that's the result of that is these lower costs for slightly higher costs for residential and then lower costs for industrial, institutional, and industrial, because their relative demand on the water system is actually less than what was anticipated in the 2012 update because of this new set of best practices.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Guess it makes sense. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, you know, if a business comes to our community and builds a 100,000 or 10,000 square foot facility, and we're gonna have a significant increase in tax revenue, but we're still charging them, you know, if it's 10,000, we'd be $212,000 fee for this. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's pretty big, but, yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to understand it all. Some of this is new, so it's, yeah. Okay. All right, is there any other questions? No? All right, thanks Kelsey and John and Katrina for being here and sharing this and the education, so it's been a lot of learning, so thank you.
Well, and if you do have any other questions, just please direct them to staff. They'll get them to us and we can get back to you as you ponder this, because we do recognize it's new for probably many of you.
Yeah.
So.
Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. You guys need a break? Does anybody need a break or just go? All right, our next order of business, just jumping back in here, is 16.2, report from General Manager of Development Services, the Community Hub. So, yeah, I think before we get into this, usually open up to council. I just wanted to touch base a little bit on this. We, as we did meet with the group this group of parents last week that, you know, brought a lot of good insight to the meeting. They talked a lot about the property downtown where the old Centennial Pool was, about Kevin and myself, I guess I'll go back a little bit, just sat in there and just listened, but they talked a lot about having some kind of community hub down there that brings our community together, being very inclusive of our community, a lot of the same language we've used. Their thoughts are, you know, a spray park format, you know, some kind of water. Obviously, they understood the pool part and the complications that would come with us opening another pool. But a spray park, but more of like a family community facility that would maybe have like park benches, playground, you know, shaded areas for families, places where grandparents could bring grandkids, like just really like a community gathering place. So they kind of did this, you know, on their own. They brought it to us. They're very, you know, passionate about it. And, you know, I felt like it was just, it was important that I shared this before we talked about this, because it wasn't just from those, you know, four, Tia, Dakota, Megan, and April, who came in here and took time out to meet with us. And, yeah, it just, they were very passionate about it and very driven to see something down there, and definitely would like to be part of what that process is if we as a council decide to explore doing something down there. You know, and I personally would think that it would be good to, you know, it helps bring our community together and empower, and yeah, it was just, it was a very good conversation. It was really, you know, they've thought of a lot of different areas and things, and I don't know if you have much to add on that, Kevin. I know, you know, we were there for an hour and a half, just, but it was very engaging. So,
yeah, through your worship, the only thing that I would add is, because we specifically asked about winter and, you know, that, and they were really focusing on, they felt the community needed a summer type of of an attraction, but, you know, obviously would like to, if you can include a four-season type of feel and used to it, of course, but they were, you know, they were fairly focused on the what they've heard from their group and brought to us was that having that summer amenity was kind of their focus.
Yeah, lots of winter things to do around here. And the other part is, I mean, before we get into this, is we did have a study done on our Parks and Rec Master Plan, and we engaged the community in that study. And I believe the number one thing in there was some kind of water. facility for Parks and Rec as well. So it kind of all just fit in, hearing from them. So yeah, I don't know where you want to start with this, Kevin, if we want to just open it up to council and we can have a discussion around, yeah. Okay. Oh.
No, go for it. I'm not in a hurry.
So, through your, but I would just add one thing. So the intent here is, or at least from a staff perspective, is if council is wanting to do something down there, whatever that is, staff ultimately wants to get some direction yet this summer so that we can start as we move into budget. We have some money in this year's budget. We could start a bit of a planning process. The sooner we can get moving on something there, we can ultimately get a better budget established for 2024 if council wishes, and then that enables us to actually maybe do something next summer. And that's why we felt getting it back in front of council to get some thoughts on that, you know, gets the process started.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Earl.
Okay, well, I'll try and give you some constructive feedback. I appreciate that I wasn't in these conversations. I have read the recreation master plan and the feedback there, and I appreciate people are looking for a free-to-use water amenity to replace Rotary Lake. I mean, and obviously that's a great prime piece of real estate to develop as part of a community hub. So I'm happy to have the conversation. I guess a couple things that occurred to me that might be a challenge is, number one, I'm not sure how many, you know, whatever we put there, I would like to be multi-use. Simply having it specifically for a water amenity for the 45 to 60 days a year it's going to be used, and then not having it usable throughout winter, throughout the autumn, throughout the spring. I don't think that would be the most effective use of a piece of land like that. Similarly, with respect to having it be a leisure park, depending on where it's located and how much land we have to work with, it is fairly close to one of the main arteries in the downtown core as far as traffic and disruption goes. And I guess my concern around that would be, it's noted in the report here that that's one of the complicating factors in Fort St. John's area that they developed, is the proximity to traffic makes it less than ideal for that kind of leisurely family picnic atmosphere. So yeah, those are, I guess, as this conversation evolves, two things I'm mindful of. Obviously, cost is always a factor, and we want to keep the operating costs and maintenance costs low, but you know, I would like to have it be as much of a year-round use as possible and not just be limited specifically to a water park, because I think as nice as it is on hot days, most of the days of the year here aren't that, and we do need to, that's a pretty prominent feature potentially within the community to have be unusable for 9 or 10 months of the year. That's it for me.
Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Well, just reflecting on the last meeting of Mile Zero Park Society and the misting park, it's been very well used and people are delighted with it. And they're delighted that the older children and older young children, if you know what I mean, are not there, because their babies are not intimidated and scared by the antics of older children. So that's a huge success. And of course, we know that the water cost at the misting part is about a sixth of what the splash part was. So I think having a splash part somewhere else other than down at the Mile Zero Part site, where we're calling it the Rotary Recreation Area, is something to be seriously considered. My problem is that you know, one of the strategic initiatives of council is downtown revitalization, which I 100% support. I have no idea at all of the actual aspirations of council on this matter, I think we need to talk about that, because anything that we do on this property, I think, should fit into our overall comprehensive plan for downtown revitalization. So we need to visit that topic of downtown revitalization and be informed by this suggestion, but it may not fit, it may fit, but I have no idea right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Parslow. I think, and I love the ideas brought forth by this group. My only question is that specific land site big enough for the full aspirations of what they're looking for? To have a park, a spray park, picnic tables. I think we'd need to discuss permanent bathroom sites there, all that. And I don't know that that property is big enough to create the full vision. That would be my only hesitation there, that is there somewhere better placed that we could do that?
Yeah, there was, I remember in that meeting, we did discuss a lot of those things, with water, play area, place for food trucks, picnic area, like a family gathering. For me, you know, it's about, you know, something downtown that brings our community together. We have a very, you know, like we've talked about, a lot of diverse culture in our community, and it's about creating something in that hub downtown that brings us together as who we are as a community. So I believe that it helps with, you know, it helps downtown, right? It brings another facility, something that would contribute a lot of traffic. There's a lot of parking there with the arenas, that whole side right down to the school across from Canada Post is never has vehicles. A little different than Fort St. John is. There's not as much parking in Fort St. John's being downtown. You know, there's a lot. And there's also too, when I was in Toronto for that conference, there was a lot of these spray parks that have been getting put up across Canada that in the winter time they take them down and make them into skating, not a skating hockey rink, but like a skating, like little trail path system. That is something that could be looked at as well, that, you know, then makes it available in the winter. But there's lots of different things to look at that area. And I drove by it a lot and looked at the size, and I mean, I'm not a planner, but it looks like a fairly big size, but I don't know where else in the community. I mean, Kin Park naturally, but it's getting filled up too, right? So, yeah. But that's kind of my sense on it. Councillor Apolonio, did you want to?
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I know I'm reading the materials. I'm saying I know the area on that side of town is maybe not enough or maybe enough, but seeing the last weekend's Dawson Creek Music Festival, I think maybe we could use the Kin Park as like a additional amenities for that purpose. So at least because hearing from the people that I spoke to like last weekend, why not make this area, like especially during summer, like every month or every week, there's like an activity like put up there before like that. So at least people will go there every summer, especially, or even maybe after summer. So I'm not sure. So how it will work with the council or with the city staff. So I'm just putting out there. So maybe an extension of that area, the memorial arena for that purpose.
Sorry, just to clarify, are you talking about like the area like on that?
The Kin Park, the
bowl?
bowl.
Oh, extending?
Yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it will work if that area at the memorial is not enough.
Yeah, the hard part about, I mean, Kevin, but the hard part about Kin Park and that bowl is that when we do have like the influx of moisture, that floods really quick. So we'd have to probably be careful on what investments we would put into there. But I think like, you know, where the old swimming pool is or the Centennial Lot, like it's all pretty close, and it would, I don't know. I look at like where the new tennis courts and pickleball courts are, and then a new playground going in there, and then it was pretty amazing to see all those residents down there yesterday with the music festival, and then to add something else, like, I don't know, just kind of brings that core. And then like Councillor Parslow said about how the misting park is very complementary to those youth that are out at that facility, that this brings that other age group to a different area. And then once Mile Zero Park Society does their developing, they're going to get a new playground and their ideas of a pump track. Like, it's just another facility for youth and family in Dawson Creek. But yeah. Councillor McDonald?
Sorry. Through your worship, Kevin, Devon, what is your guys' opinion on the size of that property and what could be developed there? Because it is in your scope.
So through your worship, again, yeah, I'm not a splash park designer by any stretch. Just looking quickly on there, the existing grassed site of the Centennial Pool is about 0.9 of an acre. You can crowd into the parking lot a little bit, whether you'd want to or not, that's a whole nother discussion. But the grassed area that exists there now is about 0.9 of an acre. We would have to look and see what comparable sites, what Fort St. John's, how big is it, how much, I haven't done that, so I don't know, but Devon's got some information on the Fort St. John Kin Park Pavilion and stuff, so you might be able to shed some light.
Go ahead, Devon.
So yeah, through your worship, the Kin Park Pavilion in this report, one of the ones I looked at that just got finished this year, is on a massive site, and that's one of those hubs where you have baseball diamonds, they have a boarded hockey rink, they've got yoga platforms, playgrounds, and they have that pavilion skating rink kind of with the facility. Generally, these tend to be on large sites. Festival Plaza as well is located as part of the Centennial Park in Fort St. John, which is actually a very large green space. The parking for the accessible playground and there's a parkour park and things like that is quite a ways away. They have their municipal pool right there as well. And then it's quite a walk, I know because I parked in the wrong spot, to get to the actual Festival Plaza. There's not a whole lot of parking at the Festival Plaza itself. To speak to your comment, Councillor Earl, about being very busy, it's on 100 and 100. It's very, very busy. So I don't think 10th Street has the same amount of traffic that we'd see on I think almost a 3-lane on 100th Street in Fort St. John. I guess like I think it's a 4-lane highway. But a lot of these are located on those green space that have other amenities around them. So when you're talking about creating something that is for all seasons, a lot of these have, you might not use one thing all year, but you'll use a part of that space all year, right? So it creates that variety for you.
Yeah, and like you say, on the Fort St. John one, that's a main artery too, where it's by, right? Like one of the two main for all of Fort St. John, so, yeah. So, Councillor McDonald?
So on that basis then, near our soccer pitch and the ball diamonds down there, there's that massive chunk of property between Walmart, the hotel, and the ball diamonds that is not developed right now. Would that be a more appropriate space to start doing a mass plan for, water park, pavilion, all that massive big green space? I totally agree with you, Mayor Dober, about Kin Park and developing that central hub that's very accessible to everybody. But if we're thinking big, massive shade and picnics and everything else, is that a more appropriate location where we would actually have the size for development? Sorry, just double advocate type thoughts, right?
I could speak to the downtown hub location. Although we don't have a big, massive space downtown, I agree with it being centrally located, and do we need something massive, right? The downtown hub is very centrally located. People are already, if you're trying to drive traffic downtown, that makes a lot of sense. Speaking to the Kin Park Pavilion, again, massive space. I almost felt like it was in the middle of nowhere because you have to drive up to the north side of Fort St. John, and then it's in this random subdivision, and then all of a sudden it's there, right? So yeah, when you have ball diamonds and stuff, it makes sense because you've got your families there and whatever else. But I mean, how often are ball days, right? Having something in the downtown hub that you can use all year round, in my opinion, it makes more sense to have it more centrally located. Then you have that piece that ties all of Dawson Creek together all year round. You've got your arenas there during the wintertime. In the summertime, you've got the Kim Park Bowl. You've got your car shows and your other downtown amenities. The Multicultural Festival used to be right on that 13th Street block until it moved to the NAR. So even though it's not a massive space, I think it probably could, I mean, again, I'm not a park planner, but it likely could facilitate whatever we're thinking there pretty comfortably.
So a question just on any other properties offhand that we have in that downtown core that could be? I know there's the back piece of Central. Is that city or that's school district?
Yes, so through your worship, yeah.
So there's not really much besides Kin Park. There's not a whole lot down there, is there?
No, and the ones that we do own are the former, commercial sites in the downtown that would not be appropriate for this type of thing. They're not big enough, nor are they, no, they're not really appropriately sized.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Well, you asked about the property behind Central. I do know from RCMP sources that and others who've been advocating for that jump track, that they wanted it way away from the area between O'Brien's School and the curling rink where they have that skateboard park.
Yeah.
It's not a good scene there, and it's been like that for years, right? To me, I mean, this is good discussion, but it's still, to me, anything to do with downtown, it should, to me, I'd like to see us have a comprehensive plan so that we don't make a mistake. We have some other ideas come up with the downtown revitalization, and it's in harmony, but if you just brainstorm in other locations, and again, subject to area, we're going to have a nice outdoor basketball court. We're going to have new tennis courts, new, what are they called, pickleball? Pickleball. Pardon?
Disc golf.
And but there's also at that same site, there's ball diamonds. Yeah. Why wouldn't you consider a splash park there? Because we're going to surely have outdoor washrooms for all those people eventually, aren't we, down there? I would have thought so.
I would think so.
And
splash park.
So I would look at that area before, well, in conjunction with reflections about what we mean by downtown revitalization, what that looks like. Because I would argue that piece of property is downtown. And it may well be what is being thought about right now, but I don't think some people would be happy with that location, given the reputation of what goes on at the skateboard park.
Sorry, when you just mentioned area for splash park, which area are you talking about?
Oh, I was thinking in the general location, if subject to their let's say east of the pickleball.
On that field there.
I don't know.
Councillor McDonald? Oh,
sorry, I'm click happy over here. So I think we're all saying we support a splash park, good family development somewhere, just finding that ideal spot downtown, right? That has that full vision,
a space and a concept.
Just has the space to fit the concept, right? And yeah, just trying to find it, right? And maybe it's going to take, city staff a little time to try and decide where is that ideal location for this community hub, right? We are spending a lot of money on pickleball courts and a new playground down in Kin Park, right? And all that. Maybe the splash park there is a good complement to that. And then we you know, we only have to build washrooms in one location. And while kids, older siblings are playing ball or grandparents are playing pickleball, there's a splash park there for kids at the same time, right? I don't know. Maybe that's the ideal. Like, maybe that is a good idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm like total game to look at all areas. You know, I love that it's all, if we had a bigger area to be all in one, but I think of, you know, a splash park playground area that could attract 200 or 300 people at one time, possibly, like, that being by those ball diamonds, we would have a serious issue with parking on that side, but I mean, that would be something that we would have to look at, because already when there's a baseball, you know, most nights of the week, there's baseball practices going on there. It's, you can't, you can't park on each side.
Demo that hospital.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So through your worship, just something that, you know, whatever process or whatever we look to do, and where, you know, part of finding the best location is going to be through consultation with community members, because we can sit in here and try and pick the best spot, but people that are going to use it are going to be able to help guide us on that, right? With the young families. And you're right, parking, where the pickleball court is, if we put in a parking lot, there really isn't any space left there between ball diamonds and everything. Like, there's not as much room there as a person actually thinks. But again, those are things that you know, as part of the process, you would have to canvass the public to get a sense of, you know, where they think it's appropriate. But also, we have to provide some parameters on what's possible and what's it can't be open-ended.
Question. So if I figure, like, do you feel like you got a sense of? Because I kind of do in one aspect, but I feel like.
2 new questions for everyone answers.
So through your worship, I mean, before we do anything, from a staff perspective, we will, and you can't do it in CAO because there's no direction in CAO, but we would want some direction from council to say that, you know, you want us to start some form of a planning piece. Obviously, there's, it could start small with check-ins back to council as you move along, you know, whatever parameters you want to place on that. But that's, before we do anything, we're going to need some clear direction on what those initial steps look like.
Okay. Council. Well, I don't know. Councillor Parslow.
No, I'd lose. So the figure $120,000 as it relates to the old splash park at Mile Zero Park. Do you know offhand, Kevin, how much of that was because of the rather peculiar system that we had to operate there, whereby water had to go into some storage tank? And what might, do you have any figures on operating a splash park?
No, I don't. But the beauty of it is there appears to be a lot of splash parks out there. So
Yeah.
we can certainly canvass a number of communities and get a sense of, you know, their water usage and just what those costs are. You're right. The pre-existing system at Rotary, although it didn't use any water, there was cost associated with the recycling and the mechanical and the electrical and the staffing components that came with it. So those are things that we have to trade off as you look at it. The discussion that we had with the young families in the meeting is that whatever we do moving forward, we want to look to be as efficient as possible. Sure, you might save a few dollars on the front end, but is that going to cost you more in the long run on the operational? I think this council would rather spend a little bit more on the front end if that meant a low operating cost forevermore. So those are the things that we need to build into that planning piece, whatever it is, to save in the long term.
Good.
I'm trying to think of something else before you guys.
Shut your mic off. You've used up your pushing of the buttons today. I was keeping track of them, so. All right, so I guess just some direction from us on areas, so. Okay, if there's no more questions on this, I'm gonna And that one. I'm actually going to go back to Mayor's Business, and I'm going to add something if everybody's okay, but I'm going to, under 10.2, I'm going to make a recommendation to direct staff to look into doing something in a downtown central facility, splash park, community-based related, working with the group of families that we met with, and bring something back to council on a, you know, on a vision or proposal.
Okay, so through your worship, yeah, what we can do is, if this is passed, we can come back with very preliminary and conceptual locations, and, you know, kind of a couple of options that, and try and attach some numbers and pros and cons to them without going too far down any one road, at least initially. And using the Parks and Rec Master Plan, you know, as, and those types of documents to guide us as far as what we've heard already, because we don't need to reinvent that, and working with that group as a bit of an advisory, at least in these early stages.
Yeah. They come back to us with just maybe the space that you feel and the concept initially. Okay, do I have a second? Yeah. Councillor Sednick. Any discussion? All right.
We're in a CAO meeting.
No, I just went back to Mayor's Business. We're good? Joe's smiling inside at me right now. Just take a minute, Joe, to... Oh, I did have a thing pop up there. Okay, I will call this motion to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. All right, I think that was everything on the agenda, so I will have a motion to...
We did hit the RCMP report, but that's okay.
No, I did touch on it. Yeah, yeah, asked if there was any comments. I don't think I missed anything else. A motion to close. Councillor Sednick, second. Councillor Apolonio. I will call that to vote.
You gonna make it, buddy?
Vote is closed. It's carried. Oh, that was a day.